Good morning, colleagues of the 25th Resources and Development Committee, and also to our legislative services staff. I hope that we're all rested for another busy week we have here before us, and also to our Office of the Speaker staff. Thank you for being here with us. And then also to our attendees that are here in person, thank you for being here as well. And then to our listeners on the call, from San Benito, New Mexico, from the Navajo Department of Transportation, Nahatani Boardroom. And again, I'd just like to thank Navajo Division of Transportation for always allowing Resources and Development Committee to utilize their boardroom for our regular Resources and Development Committee meetings. Just FYI, I understand that in what you find, you said? In the Winter Rock area, the electricity is down, power's out, so right now, some of our listeners on the call may not be able to get online, but if you want to listen in, you're more than welcome to come here to NDOT boardroom. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:11 a.m. And then also, Rodney, could you please take roll call?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Nominations Council's regular meeting for Monday, July 1st, 2024, 10 a.m. Roll call, Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna N. Claw. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Otto So.
Present.
Honorable Otto So is present. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting.
Thank you for that, Rodney. And at this time, I'd like to request one of my colleagues, if they can volunteer to pray or give us the invocation here this morning. Shiaj, our speaker, so.
Good morning, everyone. It's been all children that did so the bed on the bed. Only Kodo Rojo did not find one. Jonah in the shame con this card. San Lady con Yate con that was Aj con San Ben Hajo. And Hajin Balcon, this card, that was Aj never take a car or done that was come. Oh, do a Yabaki needs to do the Yalat Elbe, Kaki in con. Nina lost on the dark, on the con, Nanset and Lin, Kojo at El, John Didots, or Jordan of the state of it. I don't know that con, very national this card, Berrojondo, as neat in a complete pattern. Near waiting, sweet, the on the slightly green concave or here con. Which you could on this card way, a dark had the on the idea this card cake, taking up the clean contact, this card cake. A bed or a hand to need a in K. Donny Jan, near trees, near Jane Hinny, in Sakis, so touch it like gas on Hanadi, near this touch it like a dad only, hot carefully, dad Korea, good have 100 to this. I call the stream, that's on our way, that was only in no car in that only. Down to jump, getting so now wait, hold on, or did it lay clean? We must sleep, we must sleep, we must sleep, we must sleep.
Yeah, Shiaj, for those citizens. Feature quite RDC Sunday, keeping high in the auto going on next to announcements. Do we have any announcements, colleagues? Rodney? Okay, one of the things that I just wanted to say is, I know that over the past week and a half, the Navajo Nation has been getting a good amount of moisture, and we had a lot of runoffs from the upper elevation down into the the arroyos that we have and where it's been causing, some of the bridges that are pretty old being washed out, some of the major highways across Navajo Nation. And I just want to thank Navajo Department of Transportation for being there, and also the county in these particular areas where Navajo Nation is staggered into. And then also even the state highway Department of Transportation for always being there and trying to rectify and mitigate, these issues across Navajo Nation. I know that there was an incident out in Utah last week on Thursday, I believe it was. So again, I just want to thank the team there, and also just every individual in the workforce. And as I was driving in, there's always time that we forget the workforce that is in the fast food industry, the restaurant. As consumers, we want hot food and readily available, and I just want to be thankful for those individuals in the workforce too, for keeping us fed and whatnot. They too, have a family, they have, their own needs that they're trying to fulfill, for that being in the workforce. So so I'd like to thank them, all the workforce across, the Navajo Nation and even beyond the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. So with that, at this time, I'd like to go ahead to item number 2 on the proposed agenda. Recognizing guests and visiting official. Again, as Resources and Development Committee, I think we're all, know who is who here this morning. We do have, our employees from the Speaker's office that are here. And also we have Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and we have some of our colleagues that will be presenting here this morning, and also being in support of some of the legislations that we have here on the agenda. And since we have a full agenda here, I'd just like to go ahead and recognize that. And again, thank you for the listeners on the call as well. I'm going on to item number 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. Rodney, could you please read the agenda into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Nominations Council's regular meeting Monday, July 1st at 2024, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Division of Transportation and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. June 17, 2024, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Office of the President, Vice President, and Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on the land surrender parcel of Navajo Mine near Nunezau chapter in Fruitland, New Mexico. B, report from Ride Development LLC on the study of the pump storage hydrogen power on the Navajo Nation. C, report from the Department of Water Resources on the windmill activity as it relates to the number of windmills pending repairs and new construction, and the possibility to convert over to solar. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0125-24, an action relating to health, education, and human services and resource and development committees, supporting and authorizing the issuance of free fishing licenses for honorable discharge Navajo veterans on Navajo Nation, amending the Navajo Nation fish and boating regulations. B, legislation number 0127-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving a surface use lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for a wastewater treatment facility located on Navajo Nation trust land within Kerlin Valley Coal Mine Canyon, Arizona. And C, legislation number 0128-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the delegation of authority to the department manager of the Navajo Land Department Division of Natural Resources to approve religious land use permits, approving the Department Administrative Rules and Regulations for religious land use permits for application requests on Navajo Nation trust and fee lands, including the Eastern Navajo Agency application, and approving the terms and conditions of a religious land use permit. D, legislation number 0130-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving amendments to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulations. E, legislation number 0132-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the Tuba City Regional Health Care Corporation lease for 39.69 acres, more or less, of Navajo Nation trust lands located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. F, legislation number 0133-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the Tuba City Unified School District lease for 4.05 acres, more or less, of Navajo Nation and trust lands located within Tuba City chapter vicinity Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. G, legislation number 0134-24, and action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving and establishing the Resource and Development Committee's priorities for the term of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. H, approving a Resource and Development Committee regular / special meeting for Monday, July 22nd, 2024 to Friday, July 26th, 2024 at 10 a.m. for the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2025 budget preparation, the Oversight Committee budget legislation. I, approving off Navajo Nation travel to attend participant in the 2024 Navajo Nation Plant and Animal Summit by the Department of Fish and Wildlife from August 6th through 7th, 2024 at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort near Flagstaff, Arizona. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda run into the record.
Rodney, Ado Kodoshe, I need a motion and a second. Motion by Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker, so, members of the committee, do we have any questions or any recommendations for amending the proposed agenda? I guess, Shania Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I would like to entertain a motion for Amendment 1 to create a consent agenda under new business. Legislation 0125-24, which is item A, and then item C. Legislation 0128-24. Legislation 0132-24, which is E, and then F 0133-24. G, legislation 0134-24. I'd like to make this motion as well as also do new business right after the journals, and then reports can go last. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
I wish you could have Chair Ness for that, so we do have an amendment. Number 1 on the floor, consent agenda for items under new business, letter A, letter C, letter E, letter F, and letter G. And then also to have the new business be the new number 5, and then receiving reports will be the new number 7 on the agenda. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. So members of the committee, do we have any questions on the amendment at this time? Honorable Aruso?
Yes, if we can, also, if I could ask a modification to the amendment to address legislations before the reports. That way we can take care of all legislation. Yeah,
Shiash, I done.
okay.
He already added that, Shiash.
All right.
Publish.
Hagushi, so Shiaj, Chair Nez had already made that request to take care of new business, all the legislations, which will be the new number 5, and then receiving reports will be the new number 7. So it's a potato. Any other questions or comments regarding the amendment? Going once, twice. Rodney, can we take a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for amendment or no and creating consent agenda for legislation A, C, E, F, G, and moving new business first right after reviewing and approving the journal will be the new number 5. Honorable Sean Clark, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottosa, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Ottosa votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Hagushi, so with that, motion carries for amendment number 1. Going back to main motion and approving the agenda, do we have any additional additions, deletions, or recommendations, committee members? Going once, twice. With that, I'd like to go ahead and take roll call vote on the main motion accepting the agenda.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Sean Clark, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do have an accepted agenda for today's Monday, July 1st, Resources and Development Committee meeting. Going on to item number 4, reviewing and approving the journals. We do have journal from June 17th, 2024, regular Resources and Development Committee meeting. Members, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker, so members of the committee, do we have any questions on the journals that were emailed out last week by our staff or 2 weeks ago? No questions, going once, twice. With that, Rodney, please take roll call vote on accepting the journals.
Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman, I've already seen this is roll call vote. We're for reviewing and approving their journal. Honorable Sean and Cloud, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we move on to number 5, new business. And we do have consent agenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 legislation. So Rodney, if you could please read the legislations into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0125-24, date June 10th, 2024, titled the resolution and action relating to health, education, human services, and resource and development committees, supporting and authorizing the issuance of free fishing licenses for the honorably discharged Navajo veterans on the Navajo Nation, amending the Navajo Nation's fishing and boating regulations. The purpose of this legislation is to approve free fishing for honorably discharged Navajo veterans. Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Andy Nez for tracking number 0125-24, an action relating to health, education, human services, and the Resource and Development Committee supporting and authorizing the issuance of free fishing licenses for honorable discharged Navajo veterans on the Navajo Nation, amending the Navajo Nation fish and boating regulations. Be enacted, Section 1, Authority 8. The Health, Education, Human Service Committee, the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2 in NC Section 408. Among other powers, the committee shall review and recommend resolutions relating to social services, health, environmental, health, education, veterans and veteran services, employment and labor. 2 in NC Sections 401B6. B, the Resource Development Committee is the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council and serves as an oversight committee for the Division of Natural Resources with the authority to promulgate rules and regulations governing the use of sales, exchange, and development of Navajo Nation land and or resources. 2 in NC subsections of 500A, 500B1, 501C1. C, the Resource Development Committee has authority to establish fees and regulations for hunting and fishing activities. 17 in NC sections of 512. Section 2 findings. A, the Department of Fish and Wildlife is established within the Division of Natural Resources, RDO CO -79-16, and Exhibit K, Plan of Operations, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Division of Natural Resources at page 1. B, the department currently operates under the Navajo Nation Fish and Boating Regulation as approved by RSJ-166-91 and attached to Exhibit A. C, fishing permits are required for taking of fish off Navajo waters. 17 in NC Section 501 and Navajo Nation Fish and Boating Regulations at Section 2.02. D, the Navajo Nation Fish and Boating Regulation contains the following provisions. 2.02 permits regulation requirements. A, any person, Navajo or non-Navajo, 12 years of age and over, who angels or fishes for aquatic wildlife in Navajo waters must have in their possession a proper and valid fishing permit. B, persons under 12 years of age are not required to have such a permit, but are only entitled to half the daily bag and possession limits. Persons under 12 years of age may purchase a proper permit and be dedicated to the full daily bag and possession limits. C, the Navajo tribal member 60 years of age and older is entitled to lifetime fishing permit. The permit will be issued only at the Navajo Fish and Wildlife Office in Windrock, Arizona. D, the commercial water dog permit is required to purchase, sell, and transport water dogs for commercial purposes on the Navajo Nation. E, those qualified for a group fishing permit include, but not are limited to, schools, youth groups, senior citizens groups, special education groups, and other nonprofit organizations. Eligibility, fees, and dates for groups fishing permits will be decided on an individual basis by the Director of Navajo by Fish and Wildlife Department. Group fishing permits can only be received by contacting the Director of the Fish and Wildlife Department. In lieu of a fee, the group can provide an in-kind services such as packing up litter in an area lake before fishing. If the director approves, the in-kind services will serve as a fee for receiving the group's permit. E, the Navajo Nation Office of President, Vice President, on behalf of the veteran, requests that honorable discharge Navajo veterans be entitled to lifetime fishing permit at no cost. After the request is supported by the Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife and various Navajo veteran organizations. OPVP requests and supporting documents are attached to Exhibit B. G, it is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation to provide lifetime fishing permits to honorable discharge Navajo veterans at no cost. Section 3, approval. A, the Navajo Nation hereby amends the Navajo Nation Fish and Boating Regulations by amending a new paragraph C with the following language at section 2.02. C, any Navajo veterans who have been honorably discharged from the United States military service shall be entitled to a lifetime fishing permit at no cost upon proof of enrollment with the Navajo Nation and valid proof of honorable discharge. This permit will be issued only at the Navajo Fish and Wildlife Office in Windrock, Arizona. B, re-letter all succeeding paragraphs in section 2.02 to reflect the additional paragraphs at section 4. Direct that the Resource and Development Committee directs the Department of Fish and Wildlife to update the Navajo Nation Fish and Boating Regulations consistent with this resolution no later than 30 days after the effective date of this resolution. Attaches Exhibit A, which is a resolution of the Resources Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, RCS 166-91. Attaches Exhibit B, which is a letter dated October 26 of 2023, addressed to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez at 25th Navajo Nation Council Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And attached is the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Interprog Review Summary for legislation number 0125-24, sponsor Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. This legislation was posted on July 11, 2024 at 5:40 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on June 16, 2024. There was 2 comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. 2 comments supporting this legislation was from Olin Kiyomi and Toby Yazi. Then you have the Navajo Nation Health, Education, Human Services Committee, 25th Navajo Nations Council's committee report. The committee reports a due pass with no amendments. And attached is the Health, Education, Human Services Committee vote tally with a vote of 5 in favor and 0 opposed. Then you have legislation number 0128-24, date June 12 of 2024, titled the resolution, a proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to Resource Development Committee approving the delegation of authority to the department manager, the Navajo Land Department, Division of Natural Resources, to approve religious land use permits, approving the department administrative rules and regulations for religious land use permits for application requests on Navajo Nation trust and fee lands, including the Eastern Navajo Agency applicants, and approving the terms and conditions for religious land use permits. The purpose of this legislation, if this resolution, if approval, will approve the delegation of authority to the department manager of the Navajo Nation Department, Division of Natural Resources, to approve the religious land use permit, approve department administrative rules and regulations for religious land use permits for application requests on Navajo Nation trust and fee lands, including the Eastern Navajo Agency application, and to approve the terms and conditions for religious land use permits. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Ricky Nez, and co-sponsors Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. For tracking number 128-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the delegation of authority to the department manager of the Navajo Land Department, Division of Natural Resources, to approve religious land use permits, approving the department administrative rules and regulations for religious land use permits for the application request on the Navajo Nation trust and fee lands, including the Eastern Navajo Agency application and approving the terms and conditions for the land use permits. B, enacted section 1 authority. 8, the Resource and Development Committee is established as standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight over land and the community development and prologue rules and regulations for the development of Navajo Nation lands and to provide final authority for land permits. 2, in NC sections 500A, 501B1, and 501B2. B, the Resource Development Committee serves as the legislative oversight authority for the Division of Natural Resources. 2, in NC section 501C1. C, the Resource Development Committee is authorized to delegate its responsibility and authorities at appropriate for effective efficiency and streamlining the government process to the standing committee, divisions, chapters, and appropriate entities, provided the committee first approves the rules and regulations governing such delegations and to rescind delegations. 2, in NC sections 501B11, sections 2, findings. A, the Resource Development Committee delegation of authority to grant religious land use permits on Navajo Nation trust and fee lands to the Department Manager of the Navajo Nation Land Department would shorten the amount of time religious organizations to obtain a religious land use permit. B, the religious land use permits regulations 2024 are attached to Exhibit A. The religious land use permit regulations table of content is comprised of 16 sections. Authority, purpose, eligibility, terms, application requirements, available land, temporary religious land use permit, terms and conditions, residential homes, religious land use, trespass and trespassing fees, abandonment, filing and annual fees, cancellation of permit, modification, keeping records and definitions. C, the terms and conditions of the religious land use permits is attached to Exhibit B. D, the executive official review document of 022002 is attached to Exhibit C. Section 3, approval and delegation of authority approving the rules and regulations, the approval of terms and conditions. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the delegation of authority to the Department Manager of the Navajo Land Department, Division of Natural Resources to grant religious land use permits on Navajo land trust and fee, including Eastern Navajo Agency. B, the delegation of authority shall not be redelegated to any other tribal officials or entity without the approval of the Resource and Development Committee. Section 4, approval of the religious land use permits, rules and regulations. A, the Resource Development Committee hereby approves the Department Administrative rules and regulations for the delegation of authority to the Department Manager of the Navajo Land Department to approve religious land use permits attached to the Exhibit A. B, the Resource Development Committee hereby approves the terms and conditions of the religious land use permits attached to Exhibit B. Section 5, saving clause. Should any provision of this act be determined invalid by the Navajo Nation Supreme Court or the District Court of the Navajo Nation without appeal to the Navajo Nation Supreme Court, those portions of this action are not determined invalid and shall remain the law of the Navajo Nation. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the Mission Site Permit Regulations 2024 by the General Land Development Department, Division of Natural Resources. Attaches Exhibit B, which is the terms and conditions of the religious land use permits, a form religious land use amended 01-16-24. Attaches Exhibit C, which is executive official review issued 01/05/2024, document number 022-002. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch and Review Summary for legislation number 0128-24. Sponsors Honorable Ricky Nez. This legislation was posted on June 13, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. The 5-day comment period on June 18, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have legislature summary sheet for tracking number 0132-24, date June 22nd, 2024, titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution, an action relating to resource development, approving the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation lease for 39.69 acres, more or less, of Navajo Nation trust lands located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. The purpose of this resolution is to approve a lease for the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation for 39.69 acres, more or less, of Navajo Nation trust lands in the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. The Resource Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Autosale for tracking number 013-24, an action relating to resource development, approving the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation lease for 39.69 acres, more or less, of the Navajo Nation trust lands located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. Being acted section 1, authority. A, the Resource Development Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, in C, section under A. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navigation Council has authority to give final approval over the land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way surface easements, and bond requirements on navigation land and unrestricted fee limit. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignments, leaseholdings, encumbrance, transfers, renewals, and termination. Two in NC section 501B2, section 2 finding. A, the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation has submitted a request for a lease to occupy 39.69 acres more or less on Navajo Nation Trust land in Tuba City, Arizona. The proposed lease is attached to the exhibit 1. B, the proposed lease of Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation of 39.69 acres more or less is described in exhibit 2. C, the environmental archaeological studies and clearance and consent form on the use of the Navajo Nation lands has been compiled and attached hereto and incorporated herein as by this reference. The Biological Resource Service is attached as exhibit 3. The Cultural Resource Survey is attached hereto as exhibit 4. The Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency Memorandum is attached as exhibit 5. The environmental assessment is attached hereto as exhibit 6. The consent on the use of Navajo Nation lands is attached here to exhibit 7. D, the resolution of the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Board of Directors requests a surface use of the lease of Navajo Nation for a long-term care, cancer, and rehabilitation facility. Resolution RCRHCC 070822 is attached to exhibit 8. E, the is a local government supports a surface lease for the Navajo Nation to the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation for a long-term care, cancer, and rehabilitation facility. Resolution TNB -08-01-2-22 is attached to exhibit 9. The executive official review document number 020543 is attached here too as exhibit 10. Section 3, approval. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a lease for the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation for 39.69 acres more or less of Navajo Nation Trust lands in the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the lease subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions and the lease attached here to is exhibit 1. B, the location is more particularly described on a survey map as attached to exhibit 2. C, the Navajo Nation hereby authorize the president of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to implement the tenant and purpose of this resolution. Attaches exhibit 1, which is the Navajo Nation and a Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation lease. Attached is exhibit 2, which is the map of the facility. Attaches exhibit 3, which is the biological resource compliant form, Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Review number 22 EDD 010. Attached to exhibit 4, which is the Navajo Nation Cultural Resources Compliant Form in HHP number HPD-22-197. Attaches exhibit 5, which is a memorandum dated September 7, 2023 from the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. Attaches exhibit 6, which is the environmental assessment, the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Housing Project dated June 2022. Attaches exhibit 7, which is the consent to use Navajo Nation land. Attached to exhibit 8, which is the resolution of the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Board of Directors, resolution number TCRHCC 07-08-22. Attached to exhibit 9, which is the resolution of the Dizzy local government. Attached to exhibit 10, which is the executive official review date issued 04/20/2023, document number 020543. Attached is the first report of the legislative review summary for legislation number 0132-24, sponsors Honorable Otto Sill. This legislation was posted on June 24, 2024 at 5:51 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on June 29, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0133-24, date June 23rd, 2024, titled resolution of proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to resource development, approving the Tuba City Unified School District lease for 144.05 acres more or less of Navajo Nation Trust land located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. The purpose of this resolution is to approve a lease for the Tuba City Unified School District for 144.045 acres more or less located in the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. Resource Development Committee has final authority of this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Audiso for tracking number 0133-24, an action relating to resource development, approving the Tuba City Unified School District lease for 144.05 acres more or less of the Navajo Nation trust land located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona, being acted section 130A. The Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2 in NC section 500A. B, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to give final approval on all land withdrawal, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way surface easements, and bond requirements on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee land. The authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, leaseholding, encumbrance, transfers, renewal, and termination. 2 in NC section 501B2. Section 2, finding the Tuba City Unified School District proposed lease shall be used to develop, use, and occupy the leased premises for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, and operating a public school district and for other educational purpose. The purpose of the lease is attached hereto as Exhibit A. B, the proposed lease of the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation, 144.55 acres, more or less, is described in Exhibit B. C, the environmental archaeological studies, clearance, and consent form to use the Navajo Nation lands have been completed and are attached hereto and incorporated herein in this reference. The biological resource compliance form is attached hereto as Exhibit C. The cultural resource inventory determination form is attached hereto as Exhibit D. The memorandum from the District 3 Grazing Committee Chairperson states that there are no valid grazing permits in the designated area. The District 2 Grazing Committee Chairperson memorandum is attached as Exhibit E. The United States Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs uses permit number UP/N0000 -06-184, authorizing the Tuba City Unified School District number 15 temporary use and occupancy of 144.05 acres more or less within the Tuba City Administrative Reserve dated June 23rd, 2026. Attached Exhibit F. The Totonates local government supports the continuing lease of the Tuba City Unified School District number 15 for 144 acres. Resolution TND-04-01 2023 is attached as Exhibit G. The Executive Official Review Document number 2231-4 is attached hereto as Exhibit H. Section 3, approval. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a lease for the Tuba City Unified School District for 144.05 acres more or less located within the Tuba City chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Coconino County, Arizona. The Navajo Nation hereby approves the lease as subject to but not limited to the terms and conditions of the lease. Attached hereto is Exhibit A. The location is more precisely described on the survey map attached as Exhibit B. C, the Navajo Nation hereby authorize the President of the Navajo Nation to execute any all documents necessary to implement the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attached as Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation and the Tuba City Unified School District number 15 lease. Attached to Exhibit B, which is the map of the Tuba City Unified School District. Is attached to Exhibit C, which is the Biological Resource Compliant Form, Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife, NNDFW, review number 24 TCUS 101. Attached to Exhibit D, which is the Cultural Resources Inventory Determination Form, CRID number NTM-83-145.1. Attached to Exhibit E, which is the District 3 Grazing Committee memorandum dated March 30th of 2022, attached to Exhibit F, which is the U.S. Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs letter dated June 23rd of 2006, attached to Exhibit G, which is a resolution from the Totonates local government. Attached to Exhibit H, which is Executive Official Review, date issue 03/01/2024, document number 022314. Then you have the first report for legislation number 0133-24, sponsors Honorable Audiso. This legislation was posted on June 24, 2024 at 5:55 p.m. The public comment period ended on June 29, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have tracking number 0134-24. date June 23rd, 2024, titled the resolution, proposed standing committee resolution and action relating to Resource Development Committee, approving and establishing the Resource Development Committee's priorities for the terms of the 25th Nomination Council. The purpose of the resolution is to approve the 25th Nomination Council Resource Development Committee priorities. This resolution will be running to the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Casey Allen Johnson for tracking number 013-24. An action relating to Resource Development Committee approving and establishing the Resource Development Committee's priorities for the 25th Nomination Councils be enacted. As Section 1 Authority A, the Resource Development Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council and has the oversight authority to over water, land, grazing, environmental protection, cultural resources, agricultural, livestock, wildlife, roads and transportation, air transportation, communication and utilities, information technology, chapter activities, economic and community development, commercials and trade, gaming, right-of-way, minerals, public utilities, telecommunication, housing, 2 NNC section 500A to 2 NNC section 500C. B, the Resource Development Committee also is authorized to promulgate rules and regulations governing transportation, community development, land acquisition for nomination, environmental protection, and the use, sale, exchange, and development of nomination land and or resources, whether held in free or on trust. Statute 2 NNC section 501B1. C, the Resource Development Committee grants final approval for all land withdrawals, non-mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bond requirements on nomination lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, lease holding, encumbrance, transfer, lease renewals, and termination to NNC section 501B2 small a. D, the Resource Development Committee is authorized to represent the Navajo Nation at local, state, and federal levels in cooperation and coordinating with the President of the Navajo Nation and to appropriate Committee of the Navajo Nation Council to approve a resolution or actions affecting natural resources, energy resources, economic community development, road and transportation matters, capital improvement projects, including recommending approval of the annual capital improvement project budget for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Indian Health Education Service, and other department and agencies of the United States and Housing Development, 2 NNC section 501B5. E, the Resource Development Committee is the oversight committee for the Division of Natural Resources, including district grazing officers, Eastern Land Board, Farm Board, Soil and Water Conservation Districts, including grazing issues to accomplish duties set forth in the 3 NNC sections 832 and 852, Division of Economic Development, Division of Transportation, Environmental Protection Agency, except otherwise delegated by the nomination law, and legislative oversight to the Gaming Regulatory Office, 2 NNC section 501C1, section 2 finding. The Resource Development Committee met on September 25th and 26th, 2023, and the committee members discussed and deliberated to the Resource Development Committee's overall priorities for matters within the committee's authority. The Resource Development Committee members agreed upon the following list of overall priorities as shown as attached to Exhibit A entitled 25th Nomination Council's Resource Development Committee's priorities. The priorities encompass the areas of economic development, community development, transportation, natural resources, environmental issues, housing, communication, and other sovereign on issues within its oversight, and review the plan of operation for Navajo divisions within the Resource Development Committee's oversight authority, in addition to other topics. Section 3, approving the Resource Development Committee's priorities for the 4-year term of the 25th Nomination Council. The Resource Development Committee hereby approves the committee's priorities in the attached Exhibit A entitled 25th Nomination Council Resource Development Committee priorities. Attached is Exhibit A, which is the standing committee priorities for the Resource Development Committee RDC 25th Nomination Councils. Then you have the first report, the legislative impact review summary for legislation number 0134-24, sponsors Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation was posted on June 24, 2024 at 5:59 p.m. The public date comment period on June 29, 2024. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, those are the legislations all read into this record in its entirety.
Thank you for that, Rodney. So at this time, members of the committee, with the legislations that were read into the record as consent agenda, may I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote to Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for the consent agenda, item A. Honorable Sean Nkwa, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elder Rickness votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Hagoshi, so with that, we do have consent agenda items, that is approved. Going on to item letter B, legislation 0127-24, Rodney. We do have the sponsor, Honorable Otto, and if you could please read the legislation into the record.
Again, sorry.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0127-24, date June 11, 2024, titled resolution. An action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving a subserved lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for a wastewater treatment facility located on the Navajo Nation Trust Land within it, the Curly Valley Coal Mine Canyon, Arizona. The purpose of this legislation is to approve a surface use for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for 7.40 acres of Navajo Nation Trust land for the Curly Valley wastewater treatment facility. Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Otto, co-sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus for tracking number 0127-24, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving a surface lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority for a wastewater treatment facility located on Navajo Nation Trust lands within the Curly Valley Coal Mine Canyon, Arizona. Be it resolved, Section 1, authority. A, the Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight authority with respect to all land withdrawals, all mineral leases, permits, licenses, right-of-way, surface easements, and bond requirements on Navajo Nation lands and unrestricted fee lands. This authority shall include subleases, modification, assignment, lease holding, encumbrance, transfers, renewal, and terminations. 2 N and C, Section 501B, 2 small a, Section 2 findings. A, the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, NTA, currently operates a several wastewater treatment facilities on the Navajo Nation, including a wastewater treatment facility in Tuba City, Arizona. B, NTA's Tuba City wastewater treatment facility has experienced violations of its permit issued under the Federal Clean Water Act, including violations related to total suspended soil, pH, and total ammonia. The Makoki wash that contained erosion towards the facility also created a chance of a catastrophic release of sewage at some point in the future. The facility is also located in a floodplain and could be significantly compromised by floods in the future due to the effect of climate change. NTA is seeking approval of a surface use for 7.40 acres of Navajo Nation Trust land to build a new wastewater facility in the Curly Valley in the chapter of Coal Mine Canyon, Arizona. Here within as the Curly Valley wastewater treatment facility. The lease is attached to Exhibit 1. D, allowing NTA to build and operate and maintain a Curly Valley wastewater treatment facility will directly benefit the environment and protect public health and would allow NTA to meet the growing economic demands in the Tuba City vicinity. E, NTA is requesting a waiver of rent pursuant to 16 NC, Section 2334F, which states that the Navajo Nation may waive rent for leases for the use of Navajo Nation Trust land by federal, state, and local governments, nonprofit, public projects, and public utilities where such entities or projects are approved essentially governmental or utility services to the Navajo people. F, a biological resource compliant form and a cultural resource compliance forms are attached to Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3 respectively. G, supporting resolutions for the coal mine Canyon chapter and the Toastmasters local governments are attached as Exhibit 4. H, the General Land Development Department Environmental Compliance Determination is attached to Exhibit 5. I, the Land User Consent Form is attached to Exhibit 6. J, the Executive Official Review Document number 021882, including the memorandum from the Navajo Department of Justice, providing significant guidance on certain land user consent is attached to Exhibit 7. K is in the best interest of Navajo chapter surrounding communities and the Navajo people to provide NTA leases for the Curly Valley wastewater treatment facility. Section 3 approval. A, the Resource Development Committee on the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the lease to NTA for the Curly Valley wastewater treatment facility for 7.40 acres of Navajo Nation Trust land, which is attached here to Exhibit 1. The Resource Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves the waiver of the rental fee pursuant to 16 NC Section 2334F to support into its effort to provide essential wastewater the treatment and services to the Navajo people. C, the Navajo Nation hereby authorize the president of the Navajo Nation to execute any and all documents necessary to implement the intent and purpose of this resolution. Attached to Exhibit 1, which is the lease of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to the city wastewater treatment facility. Attached to Exhibit 2, which is the cultural resources compliant form, Navajo Nation Department of Fish and Wildlife. Attached to Exhibit C, which is the culture compliance form. Attached to Exhibit 4, which is the coal mine Canyon chapter resolution number CCC 06 0124 23. Attached to Exhibit 5, which is environmental compliance determination. Attached to Exhibit 6, which is the relinquish of use rights on tribal trust lands. Attached to Exhibit 7, which is the memorandum of the 164 review dated February 16, 2024. EOR document number 21882 regarding the NQA Curly Valley wastewater treatment lease. Attached is the first report, the legislative impact summary for legislation number 0127-24, sponsors Honorable Aldo So. This legislation was posted on June 13, 2024 at 5:54 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on June 18, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, 7 comments opposing this legislation, and 5 comments and recommendation on this legislation. The 5 comments opposing this legislation is from Rosemary Williams, Leander Goldtooth, Daniel Williams, Susan Martin, Lula Nesosi, Starling Nez, and Pam Jensen. The 5 comments and recommendation on this legislation comes from Marley B. Gay, Veronica David, Patrick Leroy Jensen, Danish Nez, and Kathleen David. Then you have the second report from the Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0127-24, sponsored Honorable Aldo So. This legislation was posted on June 13, 2024 at 5:54 p.m. The 5-day comment period on June 18, 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, yet 2 comments opposing this legislation, 1 comment recommendation on this legislation. The 2 comments opposing this legislation comes from Marilyn Reed and Danielle Williams. The 1 comment and recommendations on this legislation comes from Richard Jackson. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0127-24, read into the record in its entirety.
Yeah, Rodney, thank you. Members of the committee, may I get a motion? Honorable Chair Nez, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson, members of the committee, do we have any questions on this legislation? Going once? Okay, you do, okay. So we'll go ahead and yield the floor over to our sponsor, Shiaj Honorable Speaker So, and to your agent for a 20 minutes presentation on legislation 0127-24.
Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the Resources and Development Committee, members of the Navajo Nation Council. So also the Tuba City Public Schools, Tuba City Healthcare Corporation, the Tuba City Local Governance Administration, and also NQA, the Navajo Nation. This particular legislation that has been read into the record is something that had been introduced and planned for many years throughout the Navajo Nation, and especially in the community to the city. This is a sewer treatment plant that had been proposed, and NQA has been proposing the sewer treatment plant since 1980. It's been in the works, and today the Tuba City community utilizes the lagoon, which is located down in Curly Valley, and the lagoons there are pretty much under the EPA's watch. A couple of years ago, some years ago, US EPA has stepped in to and to try to request NQA to address the issue of the sewer treatment plant there, or the Tuba City Lagoon in Tuba City. And they have been issued fines for over so many years. It's just due to the fact that the community is outgrowing the lagoon. This is an alternative solution to fix that issue that NTA has been privy to fines every year from the US EPA. In 2015 and 2016, the Navajo Nation Council has appropriated some monies from CHISN. And out of CHISN, there was five community sewer treatment plant funded throughout the Navajo Nation. And out of the five, Tuba City was one of those. And this facility in CHISN received $19 million in appropriations, which serves as a loan to NTA. It's a loan, and NTA will be paying back the nation once the facility is completed. And that's how the enabling legislation that appropriated the $19 million to this particular project. And this particular project is, again, based off of the growth of Tuba City. We have community schools, we have the Tuba City Public School. It consists of the primary school, the intermediate school, the junior high school, and the Tuba City High School. Also, we have the Gray Hills Academy High School, which is a part of the school system there. And then the other component in the school system there in Tuba City is the Tuba City Boarding School, which consists of grades DK to 8th grade. I call the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The other is that the other component is really vital is the economic component, the economic growth there in Tuba City. And that's another component for a lot of the stressification when this legislation moves forward through the Navajo Nation Council, the 23rd Council at that time. The other is the housing growth in Tuba City. Tuba City is a unique community. 1966, the federal government has the federal Indian Commissioner has imposed a freeze on construction, leasing, all the mechanism to grow a community was put in a freeze, which all of you guys know as the former Bennett freeze. The former Bennett freeze has frozen 1.6 million acres of land in western Navajo. And as you are aware of the 1882 executive order, the northwest corner of the 1882 executive order, you go due east all the way to the Navajo Nation boundaries there at the Grand Canyon. And which is between the community of Tonalea and Kaibito. And then the southwestern boundary is in the community of Tonani Lake. That southwestern corner due west of Bonana, all the way to the Navajo Nation boundary, which consists to the Little Colorado River, Bennett Freeze Hut. So for 47 years, the Bennett Freeze have been in place, which deprive, again, housing, basic leasing opportunities, the home site leasing, infrastructure leasing, such as water lines and as like a sewer treatment plant. And then housing development. So the Tuba City be administrative area with both tribes agreed that there was going to be a Navajo administrative area and a Hopi administrative area. And in those two agreements indicated that community growth will happen in there, which leasing and home site leasing and housing development and infrastructure development will occur in that administrative area, which was Navajo administrative area and Hopi administrative area. Ako AP, as it impacted 1.6 million acres of land. The 9 impacted chapters in Chiba City, in the coal mine, such as Cameron, Luke, Gat, Copper Mine, the Chi, Kaibato, Tonahalin. They did now because they couldn't get a lease there. They said nest is it a chong in a day, Tonhato, Loso, home site the Hadaito. No, about this Anna, Tuba City is this community, which is made up of many people from other chapters. I usually call it a refugee camp. Ako didn't now. Nest is it okay indicates that they didn't say no. They get but way coal mine and these chapters that were directly impacted by the former Bennett freeze. Tuba City is what it is today. Alcohol, Tuba City is growing. And as you see that they had 2 other land use leasing to be approved for Tuba City Public School and Tuba City Healthcare Corporation. We are fighting and advocating for a new facility in Tuba City, a new hospital. And we're gonna really need to look at the growth and how can we try to grow our towns so that our infrastructure will meet the capacity, whether it's in the sewer treatment plant, whether it's in the existing infrastructure of water, in the existing infrastructure of the utility system. I believe April Quinn has presented an amendment just to clarify the resolution pertaining to the chapter of Coal Mine Canyon and the chapter of Twin Nest is local governance. It is quite I know she's just clarifying that. But this document has went through the process of the Navajo Nation, and we have and give some time over to NTA this time.
Thank you, members of the Resource Development or Resource Company. And for offering us the opportunity. I think this is a very important action and activity. As Delegate So has outlined, there's a broad plan for water to come across Navajo. Navajo has executed the New Mexico settlement, the Utah settlement, very close to the Arizona settlement. And this is one of many plants that strategically placed to respond to that influx of water to grow the nation. And there'll be additional projects as those pipelines are built out from the transmission mains. Where we will work very hard to get supplemental funding to put additional wastewater. The wind rock's already been built and constructed in anticipation of water. Shiprock's out to bid. The Chinley's already starting construction. There's the first interim plant and then the additional plants. So those are the targeted areas where the water is going to flow. Tuba City has been contingent upon this right away. That's been a long-standing dialogue. In the legislation it states, but in the presentation of page 3, it shows one of the issues that we're trying to battle is the flood zone, 100-year, 500-year flood zone. Current regulations standards require you to be outside the flood zone, so that's one thing that we have to move outside that flood zone. The lagoon is bordered up to the mesa on the eastern side. On the other side is the Moenkopi Wash. There's not much room to add any more cells. That's the only way to increase a lagoon is to add huge cells. If you go further to the west, then you're gonna butt up against the highway, 89. But also you're still in the flood zone, so that's not a solution. A plant, as it shows in the red circle, is where we go uphill and get outside the flood zone. And the next page in there, just EPA's dialogue there about supporting the plant, but also reiterating that this plant needs to be outside the flood zone. The next page there gives you the affected farm plots. And as it notes on the left-hand side there, most of those farm plots are the landowner is deceased, and there isn't any probate action for 2 years. So they're no longer having a name, official name on them. One that did have a name, they did consent. They in turn have also deceased since they gave consent. Their family has made us aware that they want to honor their consentees process. So the actual landowners of which this is going to be, they either don't exist or they have consented. The next page just shows the farmlands. In 1997, you see about 80% of those farmlands were being farmed. In 2017, there's very few of them that are being farmed today. What we're hearing in the protests is that the farmers are the ones wanting to block this for some reason. They requested housing as in exchange for signatures and things of that nature, but also that they're not farming there. And one of their other complaints is that there's sinkholes happening in that farmland, but that's not something that we have any control over. It may be a concern for the farm board, but it's not something that we could deal with. But it's also because it is in a drainage in the flood zone. So sometimes it gets short-circuited in water underground. That's what causes that. So that's a detriment to the farming in that area. But as you can see, there's not much farming activity there anymore. The next page there goes through all the engagements we had attempting to get approval and everybody's concurrence to move forward. So we presented this to RDC sometime back, several months back. The meeting was held at the Education Center, and in there the question came about what do we do at this point. RDC asked Mike Colon at that point, and he said due diligence was done that it could go forward. So that's what this action led to at this point. These are all the activities that we did to try to get to this point. Okay. Right now, legal survey's done, the archaeology's done, the biological's done, and any consent forms we needed are done. The legal survey is complete. The Coal Mine Canyon chapter resolution was the only thing that we could not complete. It was a close vote, but they would not pass that. That's when they came back to RDC for direction, and that's how it ended up on the floor. The next page, this shows the global water plan to kind of give you an outline overall of reservation and where this fits. The western side is that last piece that needs to be put in place, but we do need to get this plant and that water coming in. The next sheet just kind of shows the general layout. Mechanical plant requires less land base. You mechanically separate liquids from water. We have enough land there that in the event the community continues to grow, we have what's called treatment trains. There's always 2 treatment trains, so you can take one down and keep it in service, do maintenance. We have room to add 2 more trains so that the community can continue to grow, and this plant can upsize with community growth. And again, a mechanical treatment gives you more human input on how to effect the treatment. The water that will come out of this will be far beyond the requirement. When it comes out, it's going to be clear like water, like bottled water. It still has a lot of nutrients and other things in it that doesn't allow you to consume it, but it is clean well beyond what is required. And so that's why we want to have a mechanical plant. It does give you more control, and then the upsizing can be staged in and grown with the community. The next page there is just about the economic development, and just outside the meeting room here is a big display to the city's plans there. They have a very well laid out master plan, and if there's a little bit of time here, I'll allow Nelson Cody, the planning committee to share a few words. That kind of concludes our presentation, and I have our contacts on the last page for anything in the future that we want to dialogue at. I think we had a couple minutes left. I don't know. Toby is, yeah, we were just.
So good morning, everyone, council. So I'm the community development manager for Tuba City chapter. Been there 4 years, 7 months, 1 day and 2 hours and 24 minutes. So I just want to add that the new hospital is going to have 1,200 new jobs. That includes families and kids. So we talk about housing, all of that's going to need more wastewater, or it's going to create more wastewater. And then if you haven't seen it on social media, we went and visited the president's office. Our community is very sick, you know, we have 50% obesity in youth, 75% obesity in adults. Over 4,000 diagnosed with diabetes over at the hospital. 11% of our community members have some kind of substance abuse problem. And we had in 2018 reported 179 in 1 year of attempted suicide between the age of 15 and 19. So we don't know what the unreported attempted suicide is. So we have a sick community and we want to do this sports complex. It's 75 acres. So the meeting went well with the president. We met with the FAA. They approved a relocation of a building where we want to put our site. And they need a president's signature. So I got that yesterday. And I'm very happy to send that to after this meeting to the FAA. So there are a lot of other issues. There's over 500 homes that don't have sewer. They're on septic tanks. So the OEH in conjunction provided us a map. You'll see it in the packet that I gave you. And they are centered more on the west side of Tuba City where there are no sewer lines. And we do have a high water table in Tuba City. So when it rains extensively, we get our springs to sprout out all over Tuba City. So that's how high our water table is. And we shouldn't be digging outhouses, holes in our ground because the water table is so high. So I guess other than that, I know the time's short, so I
2
just want
minutes.
to thank the committee. And we're a growing city, you know. Normally about 8,000 on weekends, we get to about 10,000, and during like culture events or big events like the fair, we go to about 13,000. So we're working on tourism planning, and we want to increase the capacity of the community for tourism. So we need that sewer system. Again, 33 projects are economic and community development. It's in your packet. You can take a look at it. If that's not convincing, you know, Navajo Nation got ARPA money, and there's about 80 homes being built in Tuba City with ARPA money. They need sewer line, you know, and you know, there's bathroom additions also being provided to community members. So that needs sewer too. So I guess with all with that, I'll go ahead and end. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, presenters. With that, members of the committee, any questions at this time? Honorable Claude.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kuntz and Jitsui, Honorable. So the questions I have are in regards to what was stated in the legislation, where it does say NTUA's Tuba City wastewater treatment facility has experienced violations of its permit issued under the Federal Clean Water Act, including violations related to total suspended solids, pH and ammonia, total ammonia, and the Monocopi wash's continued erosion toward the facility also creates a chance of a catastrophic release of sewage at some point in the future. So my first question is, have those violations or your corrective action plans been addressed? That would be my first question. And then going to the amendment that was sent by Ms. Quinn. It says there's an opposing resolution from Coal Mine Canyon chapter. But as I read the resolution, it does state that Coal Mine Canyon chapter supports the land withdrawal of an 8-acre for the proposed construction of a new wastewater treatment facility. So is that amendment correct? That would be my second question. And then the third question that I have is in regards to the waiver of rent. So not many people know that the council does have that authority. But I believe that the people should know what is the value of that rent that is being waived. I know that the waivers can be done for public facilities. But we want to allow for our listeners and the people that are online and those in attendance here today to understand how much the Navajo Nation does contribute to public facilities. And if no dollars are mentioned here, then they don't know what the value of those services are. So if you can go ahead and give a dollar amount for that waiver, that would be my third request. So those two questions, and then the last one is a request, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Bushy, so at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters on the questions that were asked here by Honorable Claw in regards to the violation. Has there been a corrective action plan in place to address those violations that was stipulated in the legislation? And then the amendment, is the amendment correct in regards to coal mine chapter? The last one is the waiver of rent. How much is the, I guess, market value of the waiver that is being requested for this public use facility? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll respond to the violations. No, they have not been resolved. Just again, a little bit of history. This plant was originally envisioned with regard to anticipated water rights some years back. And that's when we started that campaign. During that time, the community has grown beyond the facility's capability. And the violations came as a result of those exceedances. We're currently under construction with an interim plan that will improve the facility's output in its present state. There is not a way to get the current facility to comply fully. That's why the plant is necessary. So once the plant's built, then it'll be in full compliance for probably the next 3 or 4 decades. And we were often been pushed by regulators to do a quick fix, which we've done in the past with other facilities, and they last maybe 18 months to 2 years. And then the community outgrows it again. So we pushed very hard to get approval to build a plant so that we would improve it long-term for several decades. But that was the current goal, is to get this plant done so that it meets compliance, but also compliance far into the future. And again, there is interim project under construction right now to give partial improvements. We are trying to address those issues. Yes, there is an opposing, again, in the due diligence, we went through multiple meetings, presentations. We eventually got to the chapter and there was a vote. I think it was 20 something to 19 something of that nature. But in that opposing vote is what we came to RDP as to what's our next step. And during that meeting, the education committee, we were advised to go ahead and move it forward to the committee for consideration. As some of you may be aware or may not be aware, the chapter boundaries between Tuba City and Coal Mine Canyon chapter are a challenge, as well as Hopi. If you're in Tuba City, you're up kind of on the mesa. As you're exiting Tuba City on 264, it drops into a valley, and when you drop off the mesa, you're already in Hopi, and you go up across, and then you get back into Navajo on the other side of the Lone Hopi part of Hopi. And Coal Mine Canyon is on the other side in that mesa. Now down where the plant is, as you come out of Tuba City going towards 89, right as it drops down, you'll see there's a plant already down there off the mesa. That's Hopi's, and Hopi is kind of in a pie shape going back out that direction. Down in the valley is Coal Mine Canyon chapter, and along the mesa that Tuba City sits on is the boundary of Tuba City and Coal Mine Canyon. So once you start to drop down into Curly Valley, it becomes Coal Mine Canyon chapter. And so this plant was built a long time ago. No one anticipated what that was going to do to impact. So that's where we're at this point. Yeah, our difficulty with the Coal Mine Canyon chapter is they have concerns about the farmlands and issues they want to address there. They want to know whether they could get benefit from economic development, could they get payments? My understanding, they're not a local governance approved chapter at this point. So they do not receive taxation for anything. I think that would be complex for them to try to take taxes from another chapter into that. So there is an issue long-term between Coal Mine Canyon chapter and Tuba City chapter that needs to somehow be resolved. As Delegate So mentioned, there is a lot of facilities in Tuba City that provides and serves a numerous number of chapters around there. There's a lot of Coal Mine Canyon chapter residents that work and get employment. Their children go to school there in Tuba City. Some of them are even residing in Tuba City, although they hold membership in Coal Mine Canyon. The issues that they related to us were not related to the plan itself. They were about trying to get housing for their people. It was about trying to resolve problems with the farmlands. Those are not even that the utility has the authority and position to meet those needs, and we tried to make them understand that, but we were unable to do that. So that resulted in the opposing chapter resolution. So that's why it brings it to this point before RDC, and I'll let Delegate So elaborate further on the other.
And then, also, I did, Simon, thank you for your question. One is that, the waiver language that's embedded in the legislation, the value of what is being requested is, $145,152. And, that waiver, here is embedded into the legislation, requesting that, it to be waived because of, the facility will benefit the community there at, the city as a whole. Economic development there to the city and the existing facilities are concerned, and that's the reason why this sewer treatment is something that we can move forward. And as NTUA continues to address the violations that have been issued by US EPA, they can to find that plan and to continue to follow. US EPA has actually sent an individual out just to help and clarify a lot of information pertaining to working with NTUA, the chapter, and but the EPA supports this the sewer treatment. So that's the issue that's my answer on the lease value of rental. The other is that the resolution, and yes, that's what was on my mind, was that what the resolution which came from Coal Mine indicates supporting. It doesn't say non-supporting or anything like that. And in my view, I think we could the documents are there as embedded in this resolution as supporting documents of the from both Coal Mine chapter and Tuba City chapter. Years ago, Coal Mine chapter or Tuba City was one. When the council was reduced, Tuba City and Coal Mine has always been one chapter, has always been conjoined. And with the reduction of the council and the redistricting of the districts, that's what created this new area there down in Curly Valley. The other is that down in Curly Valley, the constituency base there is about 50-50 there in Coal Mine. We are need Korea kid in a 20 or $2. Even down to Monavi, we have a community east of Tuba City called Monavi, and majority, I say roughly about 70% of them vote into the city. And for the chapter of Coal Mine, Cameron, and Gap, they could vote in those other communities, but they choose to get their services provided to them from Tuba City chapter. You need to choose. This is something that we're just moving forward just to grow the community and move forth. And there was a lady that used to work into the city. All you guys know her, Grandma Thomas, a principal. So her husband at the time was a district manager of to the city in 208 district. The sewer treatment plant, they give this on there, wanting to get a sewer treatment plant for the community. And in 2000, as I elaborated earlier, 2015, that's when these dollars were appropriated by the Navajo Nation to help these communities out there, such as communities as Shiprock, Pienta, Shindley, Fort Defiance, and to the city. So we are working forward to try to grow the nation and try to provide these services for them. So, but the process through the Navajo Nation process is something that I stand by, that we follow. And so it went through the 164 process, and everybody through the Navajo Nation system has been informed, and they have concurred on the 164 process. So they did with and again, one more, just the amendment language. I personally think that we don't need that because it's in a conflict, because we don't have an approval legislation or resolution. The resolution says approved, so they deal with that. Thank you.
Wishing, thank you for your response, and just real quickly before I yield the floor over to Honorable Danny Simpson. The question was the value, the dollar amount. So it is attached as an exhibit from Ms. Jeremiah, Director of the Minerals Department, for that land use for this Tuba City wastewater treatment plant, Shadeja Honorable Claw, and it's stated as $145,152 even. So I just wanted to add that in there for information. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and George C. You'll be so proud that you had Mr. Coots. Yes, and also people online. Going back to my little sister, what she stated, there's no opposing resolution from Coman chapter. But if you look at the resolution itself, it was voted down. I think there were 19 in favor and 26 in opposition. So I believe that tells us that they were opposing, since the support resolution was voted down. So we can probably get guidance from Mayor and Con to see if this can still meet the amendment. But to me, when it's voted down, the people are opposing the project. So I think we still can do that, because I look at the resolution again, in favor was 19, opposition was 26. Now, Mr. Coots, I know when we asked a question going off of what my sister asked too, in reference to page 2 of 3, again going back to the page 2 of 3 of the legislation. You look at B, going back to what when we ask a question, we kind of go around. We give a long answer. I don't know why we won't give a short answer. So I want a short answer, just basically understanding to where what's stated in B, again, I'm gonna read the whole paragraph. NGA to the city wastewater treatment facility has experienced violations of its permit issued under the Federal Clean Water Act, blah, blah, blah. Then on the second, the question is now, this new proposed secret equivalent surface lease for 7.40 acre Navajo Nation trust to build a new wastewater treatment facility in the Curtin Valley. That's to address the existing wastewater facility, right? Is to address it because of the violations, everything, the potential, say, chance of contract, let's say something like they can break or something like that in the future or something like that. So with the new one, that's gonna address it, right? Okay. Is that yes or no?
Yes,
Okay, so it's gonna address, that's why you're proposing a new facility at the new site. So what's gonna happen to the old site?
the old site.
Or existing site is the existing site?
The old site will be decommissioned,
Okay,
and it has to be cleaned up. Now, there will be one cell on the front end that will remain there as an emergency overflow.
so the existing, once new facility is constructed, put in operation, the old site will be decommissioned.
Decommissioned.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question right there. Now, on the waiver of rent. Each is requesting waiver of rent, again, the number was given. Is that for the whole 75 years of lease, or is that per year?
$20 it says.
20 years. But I look at the, here's at least good 75 years. If you look at the term of this lease shall be 75 years. Beginning of the day of this lease, approved by the nation, but you gotta say 20 years, which one is it? I don't get it, I'll get you answers, so 20 years.
The valuation comes from the nation. We don't do the valuation.
So my question is 140,000 for 75 years, because that's what is stated in here, 75 years for lease.
So, yeah, Arnold Simpson, so it does, bring some confusion here on the letter that a memorandum that is dated by Rowena back on March 15th of 2024. At the very end, it says a term of 20 years was used, although the lease application calls for 75-year term. But the land use assessment consideration is only for 20 years for the 145,000. So again, I believe we need some clarity here with this legislation that was draft. Is it going to be for 20 years or 75 years as asked by Honorable Simpson? So Ms. Khan, I don't know if you could go ahead and make a response to this. Wow.
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, if you will notice, on the approval section, page 3, section, paragraph A, the lease is the exhibit is exhibit 1, and it is exhibit 1, the lease that the Resources and Development Committee will approve. And we go to exhibit 1, the lease on page 2, item 4, paragraph 4, it says term. The term of this lease shall be for 75 years. And so the Resources and Development Committee approves exhibit 1 as it is. RDC is approving a 75-year lease. And it is up to RDC, the length of the term of the lease.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Khan. So Honorable Simpson, I hope that clarifies your question.
Okay, yes, it does. That's why I wanted to be on record. This is for 75 years. So that's why we ask questions, and because right now, now, again, going back to what my little sister, Delta stated, the waiver on what we're giving is 145,000. Is that for 20 years or is that for 75 years? We need a clarification on that, Madam Chair.
That's why I asked that question.
Question. Yeah. Mariana?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, From my reading of that particular memo from the Minerals Department, it specifically says that valuation is for a 20-year period. The General Land Development staff is here, Eddie Anderson of Asta, and she would give further clarification, but if it says 20 years, that's all that valuation is. I don't know if that would, you would factor that into how much it would be for a 75-year period. I don't have a calculator, and I would ask that the question be directed to the General Land Development Department, because I do not see a member of the Minerals Department here at this moment, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Khan. So since we do have a department manager, Ms. Etty Anderson of Asta here, I know you work parallel with Minerals Department on these land assessments based off of your assessment with your department. I'm just wondering if Honorable Simpson's questions can be clarified here. I know that this particular memorandum states for only 20 years. What happens with the remainder years? Does a reassessment happen after 21 to 75 years? Should the lease be approved for 75 years? Or Ms. Black Hat, would you be able to clarify that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of RDC. I'm Etty Anderson of Asta. I think you can hear me. So as we were discussing, as the questions were being asked, I mean, as you said, these assessments are completed by the Minerals Department, and I mean, they have their own calculations, they have their own formulas that they use. So this amount for 20 years, 145,000, but as Delegate Simpson is asking, the lease at 75 years. But if you do the calculations for 75 years, that amount would be like $544,320. But as Ms. Rowena Chermaya's staff has indicated, it's a term for 20 years. That's basically how they do their calculations, but I can't speak on their calculations because these aren't ours, so I don't want to, give out any false information or share any wrong information on like what Minerals says, because we don't speak on behalf of Minerals. So I just want to let you know that. And this is just kind of the calculations that we figured it out going forward. But as you know, this is like for public purpose use, so I hope that helps to answer your question. I don't know if Ms. Black Hat has anything else that she'd like to.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Etty, for your response. So, Honorable Simpson Shiage, for clarification purposes, if we are going to reach out to Minerals Department for a new calculated number, we're probably going to have to go into recess. Is that what you want to go ahead and do?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC, my brother. I'd like to get this legislation passed, but we have to have the correct information. Because, we don't want later on down the road to be questioned before we pass. So we have the valuation number on a 75-year lease, that will help us a lot to be part of the record. So if we do go in recess, it's fine with me on the chair.
Minerals Department. Shiage, Honorable Simpson. Let me go ahead and yield the floor over to Mariana.
On the other topic having to do with the coal mine chapter resolution, the amendment that was provided by my colleague April Quinn, it is, in my opinion, still necessary because that section of the resolution before you, the legislation before you, says that gives the distinct language that both chapters approved the development, whereas it is even though the language is there in the coal mine chapter saying they support, the vote does not show that support. And I've learned that the chapter resolutions are not like the council and standing committees resolutions, in which no number is given to a standing committee resolution that does not receive the required votes for passage. It is not recorded as a resolution of RDC. The chapters have a different method. They provide a resolution number whether or not the, the proposed resolution passes. They use the same language, but you have to go all the way to the end to see whether or not the chapter resolution had the requisite votes. In this case, we were going kind of fast and we did not look at the vote requirement. Thank you. And I do, as I said, I do believe that an amendment is needed so that the resolution accurately states that the coal mine chapter did not approve the supporting resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Khan. So again, Kodo had clarified the purpose of why we need that amendment. I believe it was emailed out to the committee here this morning on legislation 0127-24. Now, in regards to Honorable Simpson's requests on getting an actual dollar value for the 75-year lease of what the amount waiver we're looking at, I do not know if anyone from Minerals Department right now would have that capacity to crunch numbers. Shiaj, Honorable Simpson, as I understand, Ms. Chair Maya is on a approved leave and she won't be back in the office till next week on Monday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC. I think that's a very important document that has to be, the correct number has to be part of this legislation. And again, my brother, so I do support your legislation. I want to pass, I think, can hold off another week till we get the exact valuation number on the 75-year lease. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and table this legislation to our next REC meeting, which means next meeting.
A question?
Okay, Madam Chair, let me hold off on my table motion here.
Okay.
I think my brother here, let's have a question.
Hakushi? Yeah, Shiaj, Honorable Simpson. Right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Janai, Honorable Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, Otto Shitsu, Speaker Otto So, NGOA. My question is about the resolution from coal mine chapter. Normally, when you're at a chapter meeting, the resolution here says supporting. Now, once a motion and a second is made and is voted on, in this case, 19 was in favor, 26 opposed. The 26 that opposed makes this motion for this resolution fail. It should have failed. It should have not even been here. What they should have done was introduce a substitute motion or create a new resolution opposing this 8 acres. That way it would say that it is, because all this is telling me when it was certified was the supporting resolution had failed. That's it. I don't see anywhere that the chapter is opposed.
We'll go back to the budget again.
Okay. Budget, I would like to address as well. And thank you, back to you, Chair.
Hakushi, yeah, thank you for that clarification, Honorable Chair Ness. And again, with that language provision that is stipulated in this resolution by coal mine chapter, it says supporting the land withdrawal. So with that, Ms. Khan, it does not indicate here in the heading of the resolution from coal mine chapter opposing the 8 acres, but more or less saying supporting. Would that be sufficient? But, or will it still require the amendment as well that you had stated, Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, I do believe that the purpose of this amendment is to clarify that the particular chapter did not have the votes to approve that resolution. I do not know, and I do not advise chapters with the manner in which they vote on and write their resolutions. I am not in that loop. I do know that the vote is indicative and I believe is the one that, that lets the committee know that the resolution failed, even though it does not say failed. I do not advise the chapters as to how to write their resolutions. Legislative Council advises standing committees and the Navajo Nation Council, and there's a particular formula manner that the legislative branch uses to let the nation know whether or not a resolution has passed. And the chapters have their own method. And I do not advise, and there is a chapter unit of the Department of Justice that could weigh in on this, and Ms. Veronica Blackhat is here, but from all we have is the vote requirement. And given that it did not have enough to pass, that is why we need to indicate to the Navajo people that it didn't pass.
The question. Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that clarification. Honorable Clough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with what Shana Rickness mentioned, and that's why I questioned this. To me, it says it supports. So I think under this amendment that was proposed by April Quinn, it can read a supporting resolution from coal mine chapter failed. Maybe that's all it needs to read here. And a supporting resolution from Twin Vista local government are attached. That's it. That's how we can just amend that. Very simple.
Agushi, thanks for that recommendation. And with that, there was a recommendation here. So again, the clarification has been made. So Ms. Khan, if we can just work with Ms. Quinn to get that amendment. And I know that there was also a request for clarity on the actual amount waiver for the 75-year lease that is going to be requested by Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. So going back to Honorable Simpson, do you want to go ahead and make your request at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair, again, and members of RC, Mr. Coots, again, as I stated before, I do support the legislation, but we just need to have some documents incorporating this legislation along with the amendment. So with that, I'd like to make a motion with corrected amendment, proposed amendment to correct the resolution in reference to the coal mine chapter and also the evaluation change to the 75-year lease. So we need those information by our next meeting, which will be next Monday. And so I'll make that motion table to consider this legislation at our next RC meeting. Madam Chair, members of the seat there.
Yeah, Honorable Simpson. So again, there is two recommendations, the amendment language, and also the second item is the calculation dollar amount for the 75-year lease that Minerals Department is charged to calculate and provide so that we get more clarity, and not only that, but transparent to our people out there in the communities that are going to be impacted. So with that, I do have a table on the floor. May I get a second? Or
Before you get a second.
okay, Jiash, Speaker So.
Yes, just like to request that maybe you address that amendment first, then after come to the table, because the tabling portion is just based off of Mineral Department's numbers, because their numbers is estimated for 20 years. And in their document that's attached here, and I would just need clarification from Mineral on what the amount is for the 75 years. So maybe just ask to go ahead and move forth with what the amendment, Honorable my son, Shauna and Paul propose. We'll take care of the amendment, then we'll just wait on Mineral Department to get their numbers to us. Thank you. Just a request.
So going back to the motion party, Jiash, Honorable Simpson, you've already requested to table the resolution for two outstanding items that still need to be asked, but here sponsor Kudonante Kid, but at this time, So I'd like to go ahead and request to the motioning party with the request of the sponsor here to add the amendment, it has to be voted
Is that ready?
on. Then we have to take it back to table legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, see, brother, delegate, so, if you can be just, and be accepted, so I will work with you, brother. So again, with little sister, I think she came with good language, so, Madam Chair, with that, before you recognize second motion, I think I have to withdraw my motion and address, the little sister's, amendment,
Akushi,
and I think, Mariana, Mrs. Khan actually came up with the language. So I give it back to you. I withdraw my motions for now to just amend it.
Akushi.
Madam Chair.
So with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for a 5 minutes recess, just to give enough time to our legal counsel to go ahead and draft up the amendment as it was stated by Honorable Claude. So we will recess here at 12 o'clock and reconvene at 12:05. Okay, thank you, colleagues, and also to our legislative services staff for making some amendments and having internal discussion, and also to our relatives that are present here in person and to our listeners on the call. We're coming back and reconvening, so at this time, my colleagues had recommended an amendment to legislation 0127-24 that is here before us. And at this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask Mr. Tahi to read the amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0127-24. 1, page 2, line 21, amend paragraph G as follows, strike through. G, supporting resolutions from the Coal Mine Canyon chapter and from the Toastmasters local government are attached to exhibit 4. Insert G underscore, a supporting resolution by the Coal Mine Canyon chapter was not approved by the Coal Mine Canyon chapter. Toastmasters local government approved a supporting resolution. The Coal Mine Canyon chapter resolution and the Toastmasters local government resolutions are attached as exhibit 4. 2, on exhibit 1, lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority Tuba City wastewater treatment facility. Amend the terms on page of the lease on page 2, paragraph 4 as follows. The term of the lease shall be strike through 75, insert 20 years, beginning on the date this lease is approved by the nation. 3, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraph, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and an exhibit to implement the intent of this legislation with the amendments incorporated. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in previous amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
So with that, colleagues, may I get a motion for amendment number 1? Honorable Simpson, may I get a second? Honorable Chair Nez, members of the committee, do we have any questions or comments on amendment number 1 that was read into the record? Going once, twice. Rodney, can we take a roll call vote on amendment number 1 to legislation 0127-24?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for amendment number 1 to legislation number 0127-24. Honorable Shauna Cloud, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Honorable Sean Claw, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting for amendment number 1.
So with that, motion carries. Going on back to the main motion on legislation 0127-24. Do we have any additional comments, colleagues? Going once, twice. With that, let's go ahead and take it to vote for main motion of legislation 0127-24.
Madam Chair,
Hold on, Rodney. Chair Ness?
do we go back to Honorable Claw for her to vote?
Oh, okay. So since we have Honorable Claw here, going back to the amendment number 1, Rodney, to allow opportunity for Honorable Claw to cast her vote on amendment number 1, which is striking over the paragraph letter G and putting in a new language where supporting resolution by Coal Mine Canyon chapter was not approved by Coal Mine Canyon chapter. Tonanestiza local government approved a supporting resolution. And it says the Coal Mine Canyon chapter resolution and the Tonanestiza local government resolution are attached as exhibit 4. And then there is another one on exhibit 1, lease for the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority to the City Wastewater Treatment Facility. Amend the term of the lease on page 2, paragraph 4 as follows. The term of this lease shall be 75 years, strike over, underline 20 years, beginning on the date this lease is approved by the Navajo Nation.
Okay.
So she's gonna go ahead and cast her vote.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of RDC, Ms. Sean Claude votes green. In favor of amendment number 1, the votes now is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, yeah, so with that, motion carries on amendment number one. Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, I want a clarification as to whether a second amendment requested by one of your colleagues is still desired.
Going back to Honorable Claw, the second amendment that you had, I guess requested, I don't know if you want to go ahead and put that amendment in.
Okay, yes, colleagues, I did ask for our legislative council to insert another amendment to,
I think it's the violation.
and this is regarding the violations. So, Ms. Khan, can you go ahead and share that amendment with our colleagues here?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Claw. So I take it it's a motion for amendment number two, right?
Yes.
The motion. So Mariana,
Just about ready. I just need to send it by email.
okay. So Rodney, once it comes across, could you please read amendment two into the record?
What is the amendment to?
To address. Reverse the violation. So once it's in operation, they'll have 18 months to have EPA cleared.
Okay.
This thing. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chai, go ahead and read amendment two into the record.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is amendment number two for legislation number 0127-24. On page one, on page 3, line 20, on line 17, insert a new section 4 directive as follows. Section 4 directive. The Resource and Development Committee hereby directs NTUA to bring the Tuba City into a wastewater treatment facility in compliance with the Federal Clean Water Act and to correct the violation once the treatment facility is fully operational. The Navajo EPA shall ensure the compliance has been achieved. 2, renumber and read letters exceeding paragraph, sections, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibit to implement the intent of this legislation with amendments incorporated. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in previous amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 right into the record.
Okay, Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair and members of the Resources and Development Committee, I see I left out one, the timeline. So at the end of the first sentence, Madam Chair, if you would insert the end of the first sentence within 18 months.
Okay,
And that was at the request of your colleague. Within 18 months.
okay, so Rodney, you want to go ahead and just reread that back into the record after the first sentence up to operational, right? Is that correct, Ms. Khan?
Yes.
Okay. Operational.
It is fully, once the correct the violations, once the facility is fully up, okay. To correct the violations. And then they are between violations and once,
Okay,
to correct the violations within 18 months.
with violations within 18 months.
Not an issue here? It should be. Here this directive.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and wait for Ms. Khan to re-email that. The language amendments as amendment number 2 that was stated by Ms. Khan, our legal counsel, just for transparency purposes, we'd like to add that language provision.
Madam Chair, is for the record, is Navajo Nation EPA here?
Do we have Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency staff here or on the call? None, I don't see no one here, no one, Vice Chair.
I think they should be here.
Honorable Simpson?
Madam Chair, members already see, do we have a motion on the second amendment? Because I have questions.
We do have a motion by Honorable Claw.
Second, all.
No second until after we get the proper language. Okay,
Question, yeah.
Kagoshi, okay, I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you. Okay, Rodney, reread the amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, members have already seen, this is a rereading of amendment number 2 to legislation number 0127-24. 1, page 3, line 17, insert a new section 4 directive as follows. Section 4 directive. The Resource and Development Committee hereby directs NTA to bring the Tuba City into a wastewater treatment facility into compliance with the Federal Clean Water Act and to correct the violations within 18 months once the treatment facility is fully operational. The Navajo EPA shall ensure that the compliance has been achieved. 2, renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraph, section, and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and next exhibit to implement the intent of this legislation with the amendments incorporated. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in previous amendments. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 2 reread into the record for legislation number 0127-24.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney. And I do have a motion by Honorable Claw. I'd like to get a second before I yield the floor over to Honorable Simpson. May I get a second? Honorable Speaker, so thank you. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members already see, those certificate, or they don't sign yet. I understand what my little sister is trying to do here, I understand that. But the intent of the new facility that's being proposed is to address that, what's stated on page 3 of legislation on paragraph B. That's the purpose of the new facility being proposed. Once the facility is constructed and operational, and I hope big leads will be done right away, the existing facility, the wastewater facility, will be decommissioned. So the purpose of this new facility is to address what's stated in paragraph B on page 2 of 3. So EPA is going to, it's already addressing what was stated in paragraph B. That's why a new facility is being proposed, wastewater facility. And don't know why we'll put a lot of money into trying to, and we are putting a lot of money already by building a new facility. But why are we gonna put more money into compliance? What's gonna be, I mean, to have an existing wastewater facility in compliance, which will be decommissioned. And that's why I'm a little bit confused. That's the purpose of the new proposed facility, wastewater facility, the plant. To address it, because you're going to totally, the existing will be decommissioned. So I'm trying to understand why we'll need this amendment. That question will go to my sister.
No.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Shiaj, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the motioning party for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair Otto. Thank you, Shana, for the question. So as I'm reading the legislation, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with wastewater treatment, I'll share how Chinle wastewater treatment is done. So there is a sewer lagoon, and that lagoon empties out into Noslini Wash. And so even that wash is also in non-compliance. the bacteria and the growth from that, EPA has put that also into non-compliance where they do have violations. That has not been addressed. Now, they call that area further downriver, Green River, because all of the algae growth. And so as I'm looking at this legislation, as legislators, we have to listen to the voice of the people. And so I read all of these attachments here. A lot of them are ranchers and farmers. And so for myself as a legislator, I want to ensure that this is going to be done correctly, that we are going to take into consideration the health and welfare of the people. And as you read these letters, a lot of them are saying that they don't want toxic waste going into their farms, into their fields. They don't want it to affect their animals. And so for far too long, we've taken enterprises for their word. And a lot of our people have got burned in the end. And so in order to just ensure that this is going to be in compliance, all that needs to be done is EPA will work with NTUA and they'll do the testing. They'll issue their results, and that can be done within 18 months. It's standard procedure, standard practice. It's going to happen, yes, but this is just to ensure that they are abiding by the regulations. What I don't want to happen is that you have a brand new treatment facility and you look at it, it's bright and shiny, but then still the water is running downstream to where people's farmlands are. And so how do they know? How are you going to reassure those people? And these are voters within the community. So the way you show them is through a paper that says, yes, it passed, it's in compliance, and here you go, your inspection certificate's here, you're good to go. That's all this amendment is doing, but again, you have the capability to vote red or green. So that's just how I will go ahead and respond to Shana, but thank you, Shana, for that question. And I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, if you have.
Honorable Claw, I think Mr. Coots wants to add here to the discussion, so I'll go ahead and allow you some time.
Well, I appreciate that, and thank you, Delegate Claw, for putting something definitive as far as a accountability statement and a timeline. It does fit. I was listening carefully to the language. Once it's operational, 18 months after to ensure that. And I spoke with Delegate So here, and I said there is a 4-season year-long regrowth of the biology once you have the plan in place. So 1 year in 4 seasons, you are required to report to the regulators the measurements, and then that's to ensure that everything is grown and is operating properly. And then, as recommended, there's an additional 6 months if there's any kind of adjustment, how you manipulate the plan. But I don't see that that's a problem. The 18 months would be sufficient. We're going to be required to follow something very similar with US and anyway. You got to comply with that. So.
Yeah.
It just parallels what we're already going to be required to do, so I don't see that there's a problem with that amendment or that statement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Coontz, for your clarification. So Shanat Anik and Mr. Kodoshiaj, Honorable Simpson, hopefully that clarifies, your question. So with that, any other questions or comments? Okay, so with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote on amendment number 2.
Madam Chair, members have already seen this as roll call vote for amendment number 2, the legislation number 0127-24. Honorable Shana Cloud, you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shana Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Inez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Inez votes red.
Honorable Rick Inez votes red. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Agushi. So with that, colleagues, the amendment number 2, motion does carry. So will be added into the legislation. Now going back to the main motion on legislation 0127-24, do we have any additional comments, colleagues? Going once, twice, with that, let's go ahead and take it to roll call vote on legislation running.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0127-24. Honorable Shannon, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Club votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Bill Rickner, votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Otto, votes green. Madam Chair, it's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Great, so with that, motion carries and legislation passes. I just want to thank NTUA and our sponsor here. It is a much needed infrastructure for the Western Agency and for more development to happen. Yeah.
Long journey, but
Yep.
yeah.
Awesome.
Got it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boys.
Okay, so going on to legislation 0130-24. We do have the sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson here, so. At this time, Raji, could you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you have legislation number 0130-24. Date June 13, 2024, to have the resolution and action relating to the Resource and Development Committee approving the amendment to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulation. The purpose of this legislation is to amend the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulation, including amendments concerning the following: reorganizing and clarifying the permit requirements for the construction and operation of all wastewater treatment system, updating the operator certification provisions, adding the septic removal and transportation requirements, adding requirements for all use of reclaimed water and reclaimed industrial wastewater, and updating the fee schedule for construction permits, operating certification, and the septic removal and hauling license. The Resource and Development Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Casey Allen Johnson for tracking number 0130-24. An action relating to the Resource and Development Committee approving amendments to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulations. Be resolved as Section 1 authority. The Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has oversight over environmental protections to oversee regulations of activities on the Navajo Nation lands for the deposition, acquisition of resources, service distribution, and alternations to the natural state of the resources, including the enforcement and administration of compliant applicable Navajo Nation federal laws, regulation guidelines, and administrative procedures in the department and the use of resources as a good steward. 2 NNC Section 500C, Section 500C2. And B, the Resource and Development Committee of the Navajo Nation Council has authority to prolong rules and regulations governing transportation, community development, local government units, land acquisition, and for the Navajo Nation environmental protection and the use, sales, exchange, and development of Navajo Nation land and or resources, whether in fee or in trust status. 2 NNC Section 500B1. Section 2 findings. The Navajo Environmental Protection Agency or Navajo EPA has established, among other things, that to protect the public health and environment of the Navajo Nation through legislative proposals, monitoring the data collection, rulemaking as it may be authorized by the Navajo Nation Council, enforcement action, public education, obtaining funding, and other applicable means. 2 NNC Section 1922B. B, the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulations were adopted pursuant to Sections 1371 of the Navajo Nation Clean Water Act. 4 NNC Section 1371, for the purpose of seeking to promote the health and welfare of the Navajo people and to protect the environment from establishing a design review and permitting program for the construction, installation, alternation, repair, extension, operation, and maintenance of domestic wastewater treatment system. C, the Navajo EPA is proposing amendments to the Navajo Nation and domestic wastewater regulations heritage exhibit A. The purpose of the amendments to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulations include the reorganization, clarifying and permit requirements for the construction and operation of all wastewater treatments, including minimal design requirements, updating the operating certificate provisions, adding septic removal and transportation requirements, adding requirements for the use of reclaimed water and reclaimed industrial wastewater, and updating the fee schedule for construction permits, operating certification, and septic removal and hauling license. E, the proposed amendments were posted for public review and comment in the accordance with the Navajo EPA uniform regulations and for permit review, administrative enforcement orders, hearings, rulemaking under Navajo Nation Environmental Act. The comment period closed on July 28, 2023, and no comments were received. F, the 164 review, the document number 02-1150 is attached as Exhibit B, including the reviews from the Navajo Department of Justice, deeming the amendments legally sufficient. G, the Resource and Law Committee finds that it's the best interest of the Navajo Nation to approve the amendments to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulations. Section 3, approval. The Resource and Law Committee hereby approves the amendments to the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulation hereto attached as Exhibit A. Attached to Exhibit A, which is the Navajo Nation domestic wastewater regulation, proposed revisions August 4th, 2023. Attached is Exhibit B, which is the memorandum dated November 1st, 2023. The subject of reclaimed wastewater regulations. Attaches the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Impact Review Summary for legislation number 0130-24, sponsors Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation was posted on June 13, 2024 at 5:56 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on June 18 to 2024. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, one comment and recommendation on this legislation. The one comment and recommendation on this legislation comes from Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0130-24 read into the record in its entirety.
Rashika, Rodney, may I get a motion? Honorable Claude, may I get a second? Honorable Simpson. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. I'd like to make a motion to table this legislation. We would like to have a work session on this before we bring it back. So I'd like to ask the sponsor how long we could table this legislation.
30 days.
30 days.
Just look at our schedule.
Mr. Tahi.
July schedule.
Oh, geez.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, as you are well aware of, the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee passed the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2025 budget preparation calendar, which outlines pretty much all of July and August for the preparation of the budget session. I would have to look into our August calendar for a specific work session date on this legislation.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Rodney. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair did state that he wants to go ahead and allow 60 days to schedule a date for the work session, provided that we have budget season coming up. And then we also have summer session, Ashbiga, towards the end of August. Is that too long? Or Ashbiga? Okay, he's in agreement with that.
60 days?
Oh, 60 days.
Okay, I'll go ahead and modify my motion to 60 days
Okay.
to table this legislation. Thank you.
Hakoshi? Thank you, Chair Nez. So with that, colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor to table this legislation 130-24 for 60 days to have a work session with Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources and possibly even DNR. So with that, I would like to get a second.
Second.
Honorable Arusto, thank you. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to any questions, colleagues, comments, going once, twice. Rodney, can we go ahead and take roll call vote on this tabling legislation?
Madam Chair, members of Resource and Law Committee, this is roll call vote for tabling the legislation 0130-24 for 60 days. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries to table for 60 days, and after that, it will definitely come back onto the Resources Development Committee agenda. So with that, going on to, let's see here. Item number, where am I at? E. Right, item, yeah,
B, C. D, E.
Oh, it
I
says-
messed up.
Okay, item letter D, under new business, approving a resources and development committee regular special meeting from Monday, July 22nd to Friday, July the 26th, 2024, at 10 a.m. for the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2025 budget preparation. The Oversight Committee's budget legislations. Of course, we know we have 5 divisions, including gaming as well. So with that, may I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make this motion, but change the time to 9 a.m.,
Okay,
which we had agreed to earlier before the meeting.
okay. So with that, a motion by Chair Nez, provided that we change the time to 9 a.m. from Monday, July 22nd through Friday, July the 26th. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Motion adopted, that's not Arnie. Going once, twice, okay, with that, we take roll call vote, Rodney.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving the Resource Development Committee budget meetings. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rickner votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries. Going on to item letter E, approving off Navajo Nation travel to attend and participate in the 2024 Navajo Nation Plant and Animal Summit by the Department of Fish and Wildlife from August 6th through the 7th, 2024 at the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort near Flagstaff, Arizona. May I get a motion?
Motion.
Honorable Claw, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Speaker So, thank you. Any questions on this particular authorization travel request, colleagues? Going once, twice, with that, let's take it to roll call vote.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving to attend the 2024 Navajo Nation Plant and Animal Summit by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rickner votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries. Going on to item number 6, old business. We do have none. Going on to item number 7, receiving reports. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and request to my colleagues that I'd like to go straight to item letter B. Oh, she's here. She's there. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Letter A, report from Office of the President and Vice President and the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on the land surrender parcel of Navajo Mine near the Nahanzá chapter in Fruitland, New Mexico. This may require executive session. We do have presenter Miss Veronica Blackhat, who is the Assistant Attorney General with Navajo Nation Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit. So at this time, Miss Blackhat, does this require full executive session?
Yes.
It does.
Just like 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. So colleagues, this is going to require a 30 minutes executive session. And again, who can be in this discussion? RDC members, our legal counsel, yourself as DOJ, okay. So we do have a conference room here to the left. And so at this time, may I get a motion to go to executive session for 30 minutes?
Motion.
Okay, so Honorable Claus, second by Speaker So. Again, colleagues, it is going to be for 30 minutes. We're going to have members of Resource Development Committee, our legal counsel, Ms. April Mariana Khan, and also legal counsel, Ms. Veronica Blackhat from Navajo Nation Department of Justice, to be present in this executive session covering the land surrender parcel from Navajo Mine. So I need to take this to roll call vote. So Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for entering into executive session on receiving reports item. A, Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Olga Rickner votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
On the civil screen, Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we'll be going to executive session for 30 minutes. We will go, start at 1:05. It'll be okay. 1:05 to 1:35.
135.
1:35. Okay, let's. Tagoshi, thank you for that, colleagues, and also to our visitors here in the Natani boardroom for being patient. I have a motion on the floor to exit out of executive session by Honorable Claw. May I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Rodney, can we take roll call vote to exit out of executive session?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exit out of executive session at 1:42 PM. Honorable Sean Claw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delia Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that. Going back to receiving a report from OPVP and also the Navajo Department of Justice Natural Resources Unit on the land surrender parcel of the Navajo mine. I do have a motion in a second. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and request for a roll call vote to accept the report.
There's no motion in a second to receive
Yeah.
the report.
Oh, I
Is
do
it-
have it.
It's Sean,
I have
Claw
it.
and
Oh, okay. I do apologize. I think this is going into executive session. Okay, I do apologize. So this time I need a motion to accept the report. Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claw. Thank you. So with that, Rodney, can you take it to roll call vote to accept the report?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting reports for receiving reports. Item A, Honorable Sean Claw, do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delia Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Aldo, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable also votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you for that, Rodney, and we do accept the report. Went on to item letter B, report from Right Development LLC on the study of pump storage hydropower on the Navajo Nation. We do have presenters, Mr. Eric Stimmel, hopefully I said that right, Chief Development Officer, and Tom Chi, who is the advisor, Right Development LLC. We do have Brian Godwin, legal advisor, Right Development, and also with the law firm. And then Mr. Chuck Howe, who's the president, C2 Environmental. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the presenters for a 20-minute report starting at 1:45 PM.
Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee, thank you for seeing us this afternoon and allowing us to give an update on a pump storage hydropower project that we are studying in the Achieve chapter. In front of you, there should be a packet with slides that I'll intend to walk through in the first 20 minutes, and then afterwards answer any questions that the committee may have about our efforts. So I'll turn focus to slide 2 in the deck, and I'll pause and talk here for a minute. I want to talk a little bit about energy storage and what pump storage is, and then specifically why this particular type of project is important and why Navajo has all of the existing resources to support this type of renewable energy storage project. So there's a lot of discussion around energy storage. And the reason for that is that our entire region is really changing how and where we get our electricity from. We are starting to decommission our coal-fired power plants. And now in many cases, you cannot build new natural gas-fired power plants. And instead, we're looking to wind and solar. So in the Chi, you only have to think about the NGS site as one of the early coal plants that was shut down. I'm based in Portland, Oregon. Oregon was the first state to voluntarily retire a coal plant. We're also the first state to deny the construction of a natural gas-fired power plant, and instead focusing back on energy storage and wind and solar. So the type of energy storage project that we're studying at Lachihi is called hydro pump storage. In this case, it's called a closed loop pump storage project. And really what that means is that we're building 2 new artificial ponds on the landscape. And I'll talk about how those are used in a minute. We're not using an existing river or an existing lake or existing water body for the purposes of operating, constructing this particular project. How this type of energy storage project works, you have an upper reservoir and a lower reservoir. These are sealed reservoir systems. You fill the system one time with water, and then you move water back and forth between the 2 ponds based on the demands of the grid. Between the 2 ponds, you have a tunnel or penstock that connects the upper and lower reservoir, and then you also have a powerhouse. These projects, when they're constructed, those features that connect the 2 reservoirs are typically underground. They are tunnel bored features. So the main components you see with this type of energy storage project are the 2 reservoirs themselves. Pump storage is the oldest form of energy storage technology. It's also the least expensive form of energy storage, and I'll talk a little bit more about why that is. But if we use the example of our cell phones, when we charge them over time, it gets harder and harder for them to keep their full charge. That's pretty typical for the types of batteries that we're talking about in the media a lot at this point. So we're talking about lithium-ion batteries in cars and as part of our grid. Hydro pump storage is quite the opposite of that. This is an energy storage technology that once it's built, you can cycle it over and over and over again with very little degradation to the system. And so this is a project that lasts more than 100+ years. And as time goes on and other types of batteries have to be thrown out and replaced, this is a project that becomes, the long-term, low-cost energy storage type of project in the grid. So switching to slide 3, 4, and 5, these are slides that are just a little bit more about the company that I work for. Our company's name is Rye Development. We are the largest developer of low-impact hydropower in the United States. In addition to pump storage, we have a number of hydropower projects across the United States. And there's a map on slide 3 that just illustrates where some of those projects are. Rye's source of capital comes from 2 companies, and these are the sources of the monies that we're using to study the potential for a project at Lachidi. The first is Climate Adaptive Infrastructure. This is a California-based fund that's focused solely on renewable energy and supporting infrastructure. And the second is EDF. This is a subsidiary of EDF, the Energy de France. This is a global energy group, and they are the largest owner and operator of pump storage hydropower globally. On slide 5, there's just some basic statistics about EDF, who owns half of our company. And I've also included a picture of a recent pump storage project that they assisted in constructing and now operate in Israel. Just to give you a sense of what these types of projects look like. The picture on this slide is a picture of the lined upper reservoir facility. And then finally on slide 6, just a little bit more background information about our company at Rye. I'm not going to spend too much time dwelling on that. I'd like to jump right into the projects and proposed timeline that we're studying. But I'm happy to come back and answer any questions about our company that the council has. So on slide 7, I've included a permitting timeline. Looks like a series of batteries that are partially charged to fully charged. We began looking at the feasibility of a project in Western Navajo in 2023. And then coming forward to 2024, we finished a vetting process set up by this administration to look at a variety of renewable energy projects. And then once we completed that process in late 2023, early 2024, we did apply for access permits from GLAD to study the baseline resources in the project area. So in this case, we're talking about preliminary engineering studies, baseline cultural resource studies, and environmental studies as well. It's also early in 2023 that we began coordinating with the Lachidi chapter directly, including having meetings where we were hosted at the Lachidi chapter house to describe the project in its early phase.
Preliminary study.
Slides 8 and 9 describe or illustrate on maps the proposed closed loop pump storage project. And I'd like to just briefly switch to slide 9 and provide just a little bit of an overview of the preliminary designs that we're studying for the project. If you look at slide 9, just for a little bit of orientation, on the left-hand side of the slide is the community of Page. On the upper portion of the slide, you have Lake Powell and the Colorado River. And then to the south, in the center of the slide, there's the former NGS Navajo generating station. The project that we're proposing is off to the right-hand side of the slide. So you see the two ponds themselves, and then you see a connection to the former water line. So this project is proposing to enter into a long-term lease for surface water to fill the system one time, and then to offset or to actually acquire surface waters for operational needs, which I'll talk a little bit more about as I move on in the presentation. Also importantly here, besides the geography and geology that the Lachine chapter has to support this type of project, there's access to an existing water supply line. And of course, there's access to the substation at the former NGS facility. So switching to slide 10 and 11, these are architectural renderings that illustrate the project as proposed on the previous slide. So the first slide 10 is looking south from Lake Powell back towards the former Navajo generating station and Highway 98. And so you can see in this depiction of the project, the largest visual features are the reservoirs themselves. These are the largest visual components. They're approximately 150 acres in size each. And just to give you a sense of size, 150 acres, those are the largest visual features you'll see on the landscape. And this project with both those reservoirs would be a 780 megawatt project, providing 8 to 9 hours of energy storage, 8 to 9 hours of on-demand carbon-free electricity to the grid. I also want to point out on these depictions that there's not a lot you can see between the two reservoirs themselves. That's because, as I mentioned earlier, those features are subsurface. There's a tunneling that occurs between the two reservoirs, and that includes a subsurface powerhouse as well. And on slide 11, there's just another depiction of the project, again, looking south. I want to talk a little bit about access to the surface water and what this project would utilize as far as water. The project, as it's currently configured, would require a one-time lease of 11,000 acre feet of water over a 4-year period of time during construction. So that's for the initial fill of the system itself. During operation of the facility, we'd be focused on 500 to 1,000 acre feet of water per year to operate the facility. And it's important to point out that these are sealed and lined facilities. Your major loss of water would come in the form of evaporation. And in the depictions that you see in slide 10 and 11, you see that the surface of the reservoirs is blue to depict the water, but these will be covered reservoirs. So these projects have options, including solar covers for the reservoirs themselves to reduce evaporation. If they weren't covered, we'd be looking at 2,000 to 3,000 acre feet of water that would need to be leased long-term to operate the facilities, but we do intend to cover them and are proposing covering techniques that are common for other types of reservoirs. So on slide 12, I wanted to talk just a little bit about some of the general benefits of the project. These are numbers from two much more advanced projects that we have in the Pacific Northwest. These are job numbers and, not just permanent jobs, but construction related jobs as well. The project that we're looking at Chihi would be approximately a $1.5 billion investment, thousands of jobs created during construction. And these are jobs where individuals could graduate from high school and become an apprentice right on site. and become a journeyman over the course of construction of this particular project, all while going home to their families each night. So at this point, I wanted to circle back to the schedule here on slide 13. And I'm gonna let my colleague Ryan talk a little bit about some of the on Navajo permitting efforts. But I wanted to point out one thing in particular. We're focused on a 10-year development cycle here, so roughly 5 years for permitting. That includes on Navajo permitting and also federal permitting. This type of project requires a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license. And then roughly 5 years for construction. So that focuses on an online date in the early 2030s. The reason for that is the state of Arizona and the region generally have a large demand for this type of energy storage in the 2030s. That seems to be a peak period of time where enough coal has come offline and we're adding enough solar in the valley that the existing transmission system is in need of extensive and large scale long duration energy storage, for which pump storage is just that type of energy storage solution. So with that, Ryan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman Jesus and Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, and the rest of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. As my colleague Eric mentioned, I'm an attorney and I'm helping them, and my firm is helping them with the on Navajo and some of the federal permitting associated with this project. And the purpose of this of my presentation is really just to indicate to you of what RIE is doing to go through the on Navajo permitting process and its level of sophistication associated with that. As Eric mentioned, they started with a permission to survey, have gotten their engineers out there to look at these locations with that permission to survey, and which is how we were able to generate some of the information you're looking at today. It also will give them adequate information to identify a legal description, identify grazing permittees, and ultimately go through a land withdrawal process, negotiate the terms of a lease, and fully both on Navajo and through the federal permitting system to permit this facility. Just briefly, there's a slide 14. It's labeled lease agreement. And I'm just going to highlight two of the Navajo Nation permitting processes, which you guys are very familiar with. I listened today to quite a bit of discussion on one of those. So I won't labor them or belabor them too much. But what I wanted to indicate is RIE is currently going through it's going to go through a leasing process here on the Navajo Nation to lease this land. It's all on reservation trust land. We have conducted a pre-application meeting with the Division for Natural Resources. We are going through a process to identify, get a title report, a survey, and identify the grazing permittees. And then we're also moving through the process of sitting down with those grazing permittees to discuss their grazing rights. So we complete a land withdrawal designation. As you'll see in this on this slide, there's a number of other bullet points. Ultimately, I would go down to environmental review. We've gotten a consultation letter from the Navajo Department of Fish and Wildlife, which identified a variety of different biological resources that are possibly on the site that we'll be addressing with them directly and doing more discrete studies on those items as we move through. We have not completed the coastal resource evaluation process at this point. Ultimately, all these materials will be put together for a complete lease application and land withdrawal application. That will go through the Division of Natural Resources for their review and approval, and then it will come before you. As noted on the agenda, this is just a status report of this project, but our objective and our goal is to be back before you sometime before the end of the year with a lease that has all the appropriate biological, cultural resources and chapter-based approvals that we need for approval. You know, it's a goal, it's an aggressive timeline, but our objective is real, and RIE is putting the effort to pursue that. And I want you to be aware of their interest to do that. The second on Navajo permitting item that I wanted to address with you is on the next slide, slide 15, which is a large water user permit. We have met with Jason John once, talked about what it would take to get that. we're planning additional meetings, on that topic. There's an additional overlay here, which I would like to congratulate you on your Navajo Nation water rights settlement, with the state of Arizona. That was a monumental, accomplishment. And so with Jason's recommendation, although it hasn't been approved by Congress yet, he recommended utilizing the process that's contained in the settlement agreement for our purposes as we go through, to obtain an approval for this water user permit. So in summary, for the large water user permit, Rye Development will be submitting an application for the permit, identifying the amount of water that it will need and some of the hydrologic conditions that it needs to get that. And then there'll be water resource department review that will come up before RDC. And again, hopefully, our goal will be to come before you again before the end of the year with that approval as well. Under the Navajo Nation's water rights settlement with the state of Arizona and the federal government, that will also require Secretary of the Interior approval as a permit for water to a non-tribal entity as a third party. So now I am not certain if this sitting here, this is all pretty new for that water rights settlement. So whether the Secretary of the Interior has established a process for that yet, and so we'll have to be working through that process as well. In addition, I want to highlight as part of this, the Navajo Nation to issue that large water user permit for 11,000 acre feet will require a Bureau of Reclamation Water Services contract. And that water services contract will allow the diversion, will identify the point of diversion as the intake, the former NGS intake. With conversation with Jason John, I understand that the nation already is pulling about 950 acre feet to serve residents in the area. There may be another applicant for another intake at that location. There are like 7, for lack of a better word, spigots at that location. And so this particular water service agreement or contract will utilize one of those that are already all that infrastructure is already in place. Rye Development is proposing to facilitate that Bureau of Reclamation Water Services contract in cooperation with Jason's department, and ultimately it will be the nation's water. It is the nation's water. This will just secure the right to withdraw from Lake Powell. What you won't see as one of the other permitting processes here that are common for energy developments are a right-of-way permit. I didn't want to highlight that at this moment because as I sit here today, it's not entirely clear what the lease boundaries will be. So it's not totally clear what the scope of the right-of-way will require. But as you can imagine from under any energy facility, there will be a location where water enters the facility, which may need a right-of-way and also part of the lease boundary. There's also transmission. So there'll be power lines running from the facility to the NGS switch station. Whether those pathways are contained entirely within the lease boundary or a separate right of way, I'm not certain yet. We have worked with GLAD on identifying that. And that's all I have. And we have a minute or two.
Yeah, I mean, just one other thing I wanted to point out with these early feasibility study efforts we're doing to prepare applications, as Ryan mentioned. The baseline cultural, environmental, and engineering work is currently underway. And the first round of that will be completed this summer. One additional thing we're doing though is we're completing a community benefits plan study. This is something that's more long-term, although the first phase of this will be completed by this fall. This is something that's required for our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission permitting effort, which is part of the 5-year permitting plan. So we've retained building communities out of Flagstaff. They are leading the community benefits plan study. And that will begin later this summer and be completed by the end of the year, and are working with the Chi chapter officials on that particular study. With that, I again, Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable members of the committee, really appreciate the time to get this update today. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Okay. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. At this time, members of the committee, may I get a motion to accept the report?
Motion.
Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Honorable Speaker, so. Members, do we have any questions for the presentation here to Ride Development LLC? Going Honorable Otto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resources Development Committee. And, I know that, you guys, the Y has been working with the chief chapter for a, God. For a while on this. But, what I'm getting to is that, out on the site there, you know, there's already, there's a couple of power, power development, energy development. It's being, that may have been vetted by the nation. There's a solar development that's going on there in that same area. And I think the key thing is to be near the existing switch yard that's there. That way, I guess, could upload the power they're sending to market. And I think that I know that a lot of the planning at that level there, you know, the nation will benefit from the leases, but definitely the nation will benefit from the taxes and other forms of taxes that are in place. But when it comes down to the market, you know, sending the energy down the line, and I think that we need to have another conversation. Not as a nation buying in, as a it's just says these are just at the beginning stages, and maybe we could say whatever profit we get 30% off of your profit. Just agreeing to this, plus lease fees. Have we have a proposal of a pump storage up in Ojito area too, and one on Chibito. And it's a magnet, and wondering why you're coming over. You shouldn't go across the Lake Powell there. Just go across to the state of Utah there. That abundance of land right across the river, which has stayed and things like that, feedlands and whatever. Have you ever thought about other places if Navajo does not entertain the approving the leases? Because those are just some of my thoughts. One is that a lot of the companies coming to Navajo, just give them a lease and they'll approve it. But I think that since we're in the preliminary discussion, why don't we just ask for 30% of the revenues, which is generated from it. And that will spark some sort of communication, maybe even up to 35%. If I go up to 40, you're gonna be saying, how I'm gonna go and all this stuff, I don't wanna do business here. You're asking for too much. But what I'm getting to is that, I guess, as we move forth, really want to have a negotiation pertaining to this pump storage. It's really valuable, and there's an economic value that you look at, and that's what I'm looking at. And it's easy, I think, I would think it's probably easier to get right away across Navajo than trying to deal with the state or deal with private land and things like that and so forth. And those are just some of my thoughts of that as I move forward. I'm not gonna give you a commitment or anything to say I'm on your bandwagon or anything, but there's a lot of projects that are being proposed through Navajo. And a lot of it is that just at least fee that they want to give us. You know, why don't we get a cut of your revenue? And I think that there, that would be very, very suffice to what we need to try to move the nation forward. The other is that construction jobs come to construction. You'll have your craftsmen that you'll hire, you'll have your airmen you'll hire, you'll have your foremen, you have to hire them in order to build it. So that's, jobs is good. Jobs are good. But like I said, about 2-3 years after the project's done, jobs do dwindle. When it comes to O&M of the facility, it comes down to a few members, a few individuals. And usually when companies come on Navajo, management is not Navajo. Always no. Even though companies will say, hey, well, we'll abide by Navajo law. You know, even employee preference act, things like that. And they tend to look away from it. They frown upon it. And, you know, as a policy regulation, this is sort of looking at what type of assurance I have that we, Navajo Nation, get some value off of this to benefit the Navajo people. You know, that's just my thought. You know, these fees and taxes are a gift. You have to pay it. But I'm thinking about the actual part of the 100% of revenue that's gonna be generated off it, whether you send it through the KVs there. We have access to it, and that's the other component. Oh, Navajo has KV lines that push the power line through the system, so they can get it to market for us. That KV line that runs off from NGS, we retain that asset for the benefit of Navajo Nation. For sure, we will be charging the tariff on that. And that's just some of my thoughts that I don't know of how the train of thought is today. Coming in and you see a lot of unemployment, especially in Western, even all over the nation. A lot of unemployment. So really, yes. If the stars align and construction started tomorrow, I guarantee you'll have a workforce. You'll have the tradesmen, you'll have the operators to do the leveling, you'll have everybody, the labor ready to start shoveling. You'll have the survey crew ready to start looking at, putting grade on the ground. Whether you're gonna cut or fill. But at the end of the day, it's an Navajo Nation. And that's the reason why you're here. So that's a thought that I was thinking, and I just want to put that out forward and maybe see how you guys think about it. Because the sources will be utilized here. The water that will be leased or utilized will be a share of the Navajo Nation's water resources. And for sure, we will charge it. And those are just some of my thoughts. And but just to think about it, as they're going home. But I'm not going to be on your bandwagon and say, oh, let's go do this. I wanna make sure that we do get all the due diligence through, done. It's just like the, hydrogen, pipeline. Just as Rye did, they applied to the Navajo Nation through GLAD for the permission to survey, which allows you to do certain things on Navajo and stay within that covenant. And, so you're staying in that covenant there, and it allows you to do certain things. And I share the same information too, that it's progress. I'm not on your bandwagon or anything, but just make sure you need to do your due diligence there, which is spelled out by law. And if you follow that due diligence, things like that, and go through, I'm okay with it. But at the end of the day, the council will be making that decision, whether it's green or red. But the bottom line is that we're looking at revenues improvement, how we continue to try to grow the nation. And this is if this is true, that it provides abundance of powers into the grid, especially, the California requires alternative energy, no fossil fuel energy. So if that is true, and send power down to the market, that will give us an idea to see that, you really mean business on the Navajo to work with us. Because companies come into Navajo and tend to skip out. Even our own trustee does that. He just going to any little town and, they're not a nation. You see these buildings that they built, in the name of education and so forth. And they're sitting there rotten, falling apart, that has asbestos, lead, and so forth. And today, even our trustee don't want to take those buildings down. They want to push it on to the Navajo Nation and have us do cleanup. So those are just things that come to mind. And I'm sure you guys have the technical experts and the expertise and energy, not doubting. But it's just time and time again that what companies has come to the nation to do us wrong. There's always just give us this little leeway and things like that. It comes out to this big thing. And then they subject us to other state laws. Well, you're gonna have to waive your sovereign immunity. If that much of a, if the companies really wanted to do business with Navajo, they should be able to subject themselves to Navajo law, settle things in Navajo court, which is within our jurisdiction. There was one immunity that was brought to sovereign immunity, waiving sovereign immunity, and they were going to subject us to New York, the state of New York laws. And we said no. And those are just things that we hear that it's better for the investors to feel safe and, with their investment. And to me, that just says that we still don't trust you in Navajo, even though you have a court system and you have a jurisdiction. We don't trust you. We don't trust your decision. We don't trust your judges and these decisions. That's basically what it comes down to. That's the reason why the Indian reservations are set up to fail. Congress, United States never set aside like this so that you jump through hoops just to try to get a lease. And but at some point, we just have to be straightforward and without hiding anything and things like that, and putting everything on the table so that we could get our attorneys on there, Department of Justice, our vetting team, if the vetting team is in place, but more or less, just, so we're not, I'm trying to say it in a nice way, we're Navajo's not screwed at the end of the day. That's all. If this was vice versa. And came to your homeland, and said, I want to build a solar field right here. I guarantee you will trigger certain things and say no, this and no, that. It's just, we're just trying to protect our interests here, our livelihood. At the end of the day, we answer to our constituents. How we vote, how we carry. At the end of the day, also, it's that, how do we try to better our relationship, with companies so that they could continue to bring jobs to, so that's just the way it is. But I look forward to the future dialogue with RIDE. Just continue to do what is permitted with the permission to survey, because that permit was issued by the executive branch. So it's stated by law. We follow a certain guideline that the Navajo Nation has in place. You're following it. And just follow that and continue to bring that information to Navajo. But we have to come back to a whole different mindset of how Navajo will be compensated. At one point, one company said, oh, you gotta invest this much money. And, but, given approving leases and things like that, then at the same time, some of these energy companies benefit from the national levels of energy monies that come that trickle down, like from Congress. Go build a solar plant. There's some free monies, apply for this grant. So people apply for it. I understand it. But just want to make sure that you deal with us in good faith. We'll deal with you guys in good faith. So that's over my message today. I still have a lot of reading to do on the hydropower storage. And if this was up to vote right now, I don't know. But I still have to come up with, read upon that and look at our side. How could this really benefit Navajo Nation in a positive way? It's not jobs. Like I said, when it comes down to jobs, we usually get the low end of jobs. The labor position, the grunt man. Guarantee you, if this was bidded out today, and you put it out into the construction trade for to call in tradesmen, all your tradesmen are going to come in from Mississippi, and having millwrights coming in, all your iron workers coming in from different areas, and Navajo skilled craftsmen are going to come in. Oh, you qualify for a labor position. You qualify for, grab a backhoe run, whatever. But when it comes up to actual management position, usually not the case. And I wanted to name a company on Navajo, and I started to think about it. Now I'm thinking that they may not even have Navajos in top management position. When they come to RDC, they agree to hire them. Yes, it may not be spelled out in there into management, but I guarantee you, oh, you'll be a janitor today. You're going to be a laborer today. That's the position that they offer us. And somewhere that has to change. Whether if the project is approved, that we will work on an agreement where you put Navajo, train Navajo, fill in those positions to operate and provide operation maintenance to the hydro facility if it was approved. So those are just some of my thoughts. I chase down power plants for years. You know how it is. First ones to go is color. Whether they're Mexicans or Native Americans, they're the first to get the layout slips. This is how it usually set. Yes, you know, just my thoughts. Where can we find those protections? You know, money wise, you know, I agree that we shouldn't be talking about it right now, but somewhere Navajo, we need to have a discussion, and I think we need to have a total involved in this. Because you know, that way we have some financial numbers so that we know what is really possible. What's midpoint point. So this is my thought, and again, I don't doubt you guys on your expertise in the hydro pump, but you know, that's just coming from me trying to find some security for around people out there, because at the end of the day, anything were to come off of this, it's ready to be informed of direct services. So thank you.
Yeah, Shigash, Honorable Water. So any other members of the committee with any questions right now? I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters here with the recommendation or even inputs that Mr. Honorable also had made.
Yes, I would like to respond to that. So, to answer your question, we had projects, and that you saw in the packet, we have projects through EDF and RIE throughout the world, right? I mean, these are the types of projects we develop, and we've had quite a bit of success also in the US. This for certain is our first project in the new country. So we were invited a year and a half ago to look at the feasibility of potential pump storage projects in Western Nevada. And that really started with, you know, a framework of what is a pump storage project? What makes it a pump storage project? Why are so many pump storage projects being proposed in the Four Corners area, both on Navajo and off Navajo? And, you know, it has been our first and foremost goal to listen as part of that process, to provide information, but also listen. And we've spent time, you know, between Window Rock and obviously time in Chile, as you mentioned. And this next step is essentially to take it a tiny bit further and actually describe something that could be feasible on the ground, and actually describe some numbers and complete some of the very basic studies that are necessary so that groups like this council can actually start to look at something and understand, is this something that's good for Navajo? Is this an Navajo project? From the very beginning, we have offered up what these types of projects cost, options on financial arrangements, because these projects are 100+ years long. They belong in the hands of owners that can manage those lands or that utility structure for multiple generations. So that is not our company here today. That is a utility type resource, or I would argue that the nation or enterprise, a Navajo Nation enterprise that can manage this long term. And so then all of the profits go to Navajo Nation. That's one of the options, not just a split on what a developer offers, in addition to lease and right of way and those type of things, but actual ownership in this infrastructure that will shape how solar is stored and fed back into the grid over the next 100 years. So that is how we started the conversation. And I would say, we are trying to be active listeners in this conversation and are looking for advice from this committee and others on how to have those conversations around financial participation so that a project storing water that is Navajo water on lands that are Navajo lands, utilizing infrastructure that's Navajo infrastructure is to the best benefit of this nation for a project that's gonna last over 100 years. So I really appreciate your comments and look forward to keeping that.
Bushy, any other members with any questions? Honorable Claw.
So I have a question and thank you for the presentation here today. This is not the first project that we've heard of on Navajo Nation. There is one in Chilchimbito. Are you associated with that group? No, okay. And then the next question I have is in regards to your consultation with the communities surrounding the area. And just to also give some clarification as far as the water rights. The all parties agreement was made with the 3 tribes. However, it's not solidified with the state or the federal government, just so you know. And in that agreement, there is 44,700 acre feet that the Navajo Nation is trying to secure in addition to 3,600. And then when you were talking about the spigots where the pump storage would be able to tap into, I think that we as a council need to prioritize where that water is going to go first. Of course, we know with the agreement, there has to also be federal funding that needs to be approved. And that will also develop infrastructure. So I think that for myself, being central agency and upper basin water, you will probably have a challenge with that as well. Because I think that in order for delegates to buy into projects, they need to know what the equity plan is reservation wide. And then also, you have to put yourselves into the shoes of the leaders where you have to justify why you're giving water that is so precious for households, for elders, for children, for schools, for chapters, for farming, for livestock. We have a whole list. Why we would give that over to an energy company when really there is no community benefits for the entire Navajo Nation. Not just Lachee chapter, not just Western Agency, but that goes for all of Central Navajo, Northern Navajo, Eastern Navajo, and Fort Defiance Agency. So that's what I was hoping to hear. And I did not hear that today. So those are just some of the things that, I was hoping to hear. And then I believe that Shitsui Speaker So did ask a valid question. You always have to ask yourself as a leader, why companies would resort to the Navajo Nation. We always hear about how many challenges, how many obstacles there are, and yet, we're the first ones that people want to put an energy company on. So, and then the other thing we look at is, and I'm just going to be very front and upfront about it, but who you're running circles with. We see the same people coming before council. We see the same people trying to push projects. And that becomes redundant. And then you know what their motives are. And then you look at the track record of those companies, you look at the track record of those individuals that you're associated with. And that does not look too favorable sometimes. So I really think that, this report I do appreciate the PowerPoint that was given to us. But I too, if I were to vote today, it would have been red too for this project. Just because, you know, I think that it could be negotiated better. I think that there really needs to be a reinvestment plan. And then also just regarding the water. So that's just not a resource that we can easily and readily give away to our non-Navajo people. You know, and I think that 100 jobs does not suffice for that. That's a very large compromise that we're asking for, and although we're saying that's only 500 acre-feet per year, that's gonna have to be renewed. You know, as you mentioned, there are no pump storage on Native America. This would be one of the first, and as I'm looking at that, you know, maybe we do need to do our research a little bit more as delegates. And I do appreciate the RDC committee. When time permits, they do go out in the field. They actually get out there. They see the work that's being done. They see these, you know, whatever operations that are happening. But we have not yet to see one in operation that is successful. And that's the key word, is successful. And so I think that, you know, those are things that we would probably have to consider. Maybe if you even brought in a video of one where it's actually in operation. And then also, you know, hearing from communities that are nearby, those in the eastern part of the US, what are their success stories? Why, you know, how can they vouch for you as a company, basically, is what I'm thinking. So, just that, my initial question you didn't answer, so I just wanted to add that in. And then also just thank you for coming here, and again, this is just a report, so I think that the next time you come before RDC, you know, those are just some of the considerations that you'll put into your report and improve. And then also, as RDC, you know, one of the things that we keep talking about is creating a Department of Energy. So as this budget session comes around, I think that's one of the priorities that we do need to put in place. So that the vetting process has to be consistent. There should be no political sway from any of the branches, but it be a really sound program. Especially taking into consideration a lot of the environmental impacts that will happen to the Navajo Nation, and then also the resources that are thereupon. So I just wanted to add that, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over. I know that there was a question that was posed that needs clarification.
Honorable Claude, is that the question about consultation with the local area? Is that the question? Yes. So as we were requested to look at the feasibility of studies in Western Chapter, we were guided to look in particular at an area that largely involves Copper Mine, Waterway Gap, and the Chi chapters. And so before we started that process this year, we did go and meet with some elected officials at each of those chapters about the possibility of studying this. It's somewhat of an abstract idea, but looking at, you know, whether or not there is topographic relief, appropriate geology, and then again, access to surface water associated with the former NGS water right, and access to the existing substation. That's gone a step further with the Lachi chapter. We applied for access permits to look at two potential sites. One that is a site that's a little further south that spans Waterway Gap. Copper Mine chapter, excuse me. And then the project that's right in the vicinity of NGS, that's in the Chi chapter. So as we applied for those permits, and put together a schedule to do baseline studies for the Lachey chapter project. We have been invited to give one presentation about the potential project site at Lachey. And we did so at the chapter house earlier this spring and introduced the idea of the types of preliminary studies that we would be doing. So that is really the extent of our consultation to date. As I mentioned, the project is, the projects are still at a conceptual stage. And we're still gathering the information to allow us to proceed with on-Navajo applications and then the formal permit process. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay,
I'd like to make a comment as well on the Navajo Nation water rights settlement. It was a honorable, it was a good comment, and it was something we had thought about a lot. Is, what would be the appropriate regulatory mechanism to pursue those water rights with the nation, because it's the nation's water. And from the beginning, prior to, your team has been negotiating that water rights settlement. Is, from what I can tell, it's 1,000 pages long for some time, and we didn't know it had gotten that far and was being released. And Rye had committed, even without that, to pursue working with the nation on those water rights, because the nation had water rights that it needed to use for beneficial use. And so when we met with Jason the first time, he didn't bring up the settlement because it wasn't released and not public yet. But he said, we can, there's adequate water. We have adequate water to do this. And then when the Navajo Nation water rights settlement was released, Rye was still committed to just pursuing the large water user permit approved by RDC that could address your policy concerns and your legal concerns associated with that. Jason recommended we also work with the Secretary of Interior to, assuming that agreement was adopted by Congress, and follow what it says, even though, as you point out, it's not yet been approved by Congress. And I think Rye is flexible with however the nation wants to pursue that. I understand as well here, Jason is working on another Bureau of Reclamation Water Services contract as well at that location. And I think, Rye is available to facilitate that process for other uses of the water to the extent that it's consistent with its own Bureau of Rec Water, the Navajo Nation's other Bureau of Reclamation Water Services. So it's, I just wanted to address that piece that we had to do with the settlement and our regulatory path, but I think there's a lot of conversations that Rye and myself in particular would like to have with your water resources department to truly understand how best to address different things and the appropriate pathway. And so, not sure.
all right, thank you for that. Any other members of the committee with any questions? So again, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation here. I know one of the big eye catcher here is that 11,000 acre feet per year, or that you mentioned. You converted into gallons, it's 3.5 billion gallons, and I don't know if that's annually looking at, but I know that being a part of the Northeastern Arizona water rights, there was a cap on commercial water usage. But again, these are the starting dialogues, and we can definitely talk about that. And also, the Navajo Nation is looking at the 500 kV, consent, or the 5,000 kilowatts that was granted to Navajo Nation with NGS. And I know that Office of the President and Vice President will be starting a dialogue on that transmission on how to go forward with that as well. So again, there are already multiple requests, but as leadership, we want to be able to really research in depth and talk with our colleagues here across the Navajo Nation on what would be the best fit for that location. And I believe that's what Honorable Claw had referenced as the vetting. So the members of Resources and Development Committee, next Tuesday on July the 9th, we're having an internal discussion at OPVP conference room on the vetting process. That's going to be internal discussion with RDC and also the executive branch. hoping that we can get that discussion going. So we still have, a little bit of task that the nation needs to get in line. And right now, just as Honorable Otto so had mentioned, that we're not making any type of commitments to companies that come before RDC. Because, as I've always said, I'm not an energy expert. And again, we'd like to look to those individuals as to what would be really viable for the Navajo Nation going forward. And I believe that's just a concern here from colleagues. So again, I appreciate you all. I'm requesting to report for Resources and Development Committee, and I too will be looking at the presentation and really learning to which direction we're going to lean on these development companies that come to the Navajo Nation with the approval of Resources and Development Committee. So again, I thank you today. And with that, I don't think there's any more questions. Yes,
Yeah.
okay, Honorable Clough.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we are talking about the 500 kg for, I think we do need a report from Becker on the just equitable transition, and that's regarding the transmission lines in that area. I know that the Navajo Nation also had an agreement with I believe it was the city of Los Angeles, but she would know more. So if we could get that to be put on the agenda for Tuesday as well, that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, definitely. I'll go ahead and put that other item on the agenda as well. So I'll be sending out the calendar invite today. So I appreciate that. So at this time, no more questions. I'd like to go ahead and take the time to take a roll call vote on receiving a report from Right Development LLC.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports item B. Honorable Shannon Cloud, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elga Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, motion carries to accept the report from Right Development, and thank you again for bringing, this concept of new energy development to Navajo Nation, and we're looking forward to see where we head with this project. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, going on to item letter C, report from the Department of Water Resources on the windmill activity as it relates to the number of windmills, pending repairs and new construction, and the possibility to convert over to solar. We do have with presenter Mr. Tarek, who is the principal geologist, technical construction and operation branch with the Department of Water Resources. And just FYI colleagues, yesterday we did get an email with all the regions. There was a Word documents that were emailed out to us, and it was pretty much in depth, with chapters, and even gave windmill numbers. And I do appreciate, Tarek for providing that in-depth information to the committee here. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to the presenters for a 20 minutes report starting at 2:51 p.m.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Resources Committee. My name is Nazim Tarek. I'm generally known as Tarek by the last name. And it was a long report, and it was not possible to make copies. So I sent the report last night, all the attachments from Eastern Agency. First 5 files are the one we repaired during the fiscal year 2024. And the last 4 reports in the first batch, they are the non-operational windmills. So would you like me to open up the windmills that have been repaired?
Yeah.
Okay. So we go to the Eastern Agency, and we download it and we open it, and the report is now in front of you. We have prepared this report by agencies and by chapters and windmill numbers. And in front of the report, there's a very brief repair work which was done on these windmills. And there are a total of, I believe, 17 pages on this one. I forgot how many. No, I think they're not 17, maybe. How many did you count them? So if there is any questions regarding anything on this repair work that we have done, if you please allow me before we go to the next report, I will like to bring up the difficulties actually we have been going through, and especially after the COVID. Number one, we are really short on staff. Some of the field officers have only 2 people. Whereas to work on a windmill, we need a minimum staff of 3 people. So we have been actually, not only with this project, but also with the drilling projects, we have been actually working with temporary employees. I know one day Mr. Johnson, he ended up on one of the drilling projects, and he noticed that our driller was a temporary labor actually. But I will like to let him know that, by the way, that well has been completed. So, but anyway, we go to the next point is that it's now very hard to get the complete windmills as well as the windmill parts. There used to be 4 companies. Now they are reduced to 1 only. And sometimes we even have to wait to get a price quote from them. And then we have to deal with our own internal system, which is improving. No doubt about that. I think we see some improvement. This is my personal opinion. With personal management, also with the office of the controller on purchasing and stuff like that. We always have good support from OMB. Well, let's not get go too much into that. In addition to that, we have to remember that we have more than 920 windmills. And with those windmills, we have those small parts. There is the small water line, there is a stock trough, there is a stop and waste valve, Then there is a storage tank. We have more than 1,250 storage tanks to be operated and maintained. We have thousands of miles of water lines. We have some solar systems. We have springs. We have hand pumps. We have a lot of those small projects, and then we have to deal with the request from 110 chapters. Obviously, we cannot meet with that workload. We do our best, and we will continue to do our best. It's a huge workload. The reason that we have shortage of staff, for example, right now, out of about 130 employees, I believe more than 55 positions are vacant within the Department of Water Resources. It might be more than that. I'm just being conservative. So we have been trying our best to accommodate the need which is out there. The need is much more than, honestly speaking, much more than we can handle with the staff that we have. Now, I think I just wanted to bring it up because there is always a question, this windmill is not being fixed, this windmill is not. If we go and we fix, let us say, 20 windmills in one day. And the same night, we have a windstorm. Next time, maybe 100 windmills next day, 100 windmills may be done. So it is not an easy operation. It is a very difficult operation. And we have a very hardworking staff out there. We have no quarrel the way they work out there. In the heat, in the very high winds. When there is a high wind, you cannot even get onto the wind unless you want to kill yourself. And we cannot afford that. Safety comes first. These are very hardworking employees, you know. These are the employees that are also taking care of the tribal ranches. So our Eastern agency offices, they also take care of the tribal ranches, the solar systems are there, you know. And I think with this one, I think we would like to proceed with the next report, or if there is any question on this report. I believe this report consists of, this is as of June 18. And the total windmill and storage tank done that time is about 184. These are the real repairs. These do not include any regular maintenance like oil check or maybe a small nut and bolt. That doesn't include that. These are the real maintenance, these are real operation and maintenance projects. So if there is no question on the first report, we can proceed to the second report.
You can go ahead and just proceed, right? Colleagues can ask at the end of your presentation.
Okay, all right. We go to the next report, which is the Fort Defiance Agency. The internet is a little bit slow, but God, why is it not working? So here it is. Fine. In front you have now the Fort Defiance Agency's windmill report as of 6/18/2024. And the number of reports that we see reported here, repaired is 63. It depends upon what type of the repair that we perform. If we have to brush and bale, it takes longer time. So that is why you see the number of windmill on this one is less than the Eastern Agency reporting. But these are the actual work done here. Again, this is also based on the field offices. They have consist of only 2 people. There are 2 field offices involved in this one. One is the Fort Defiance and one is from Vendor Valley. Go to the next report, which is our central agency. And you see these are reports are mentioned by the chapters. And the total report, total windmill repairs as of June 16, 2024 are 145. These reports, they were actually taken care of by the Chile field office and also the Ganado field office. So we go to the next report. Northern Agency. And these are also windmill repaired as of 6/18, and the number is 51. We go to the next report. That is our Western Agency. And the number of windmills repaired have been 279. There have been 3 offices involved. That is why the number of windmill repaired is high. And then we have also additional temporary staff in our Tuba City office. So they have been doing a good job. So these were in the first 5 reports. What we have shown is the windmills repaired as of June 18, 2024. Now we go to the non-operational windmills. The windmills which are not in operation. I would like to bring up something before I get into that. The list of the non-operational windmills may not be 100% correct because I have been trying to get this report from the field offices and they are too busy to answer in repairing the windmills in repairing the windmill, the people need water out there. So they said, we will wait, but we have to fix this windmill first. So we are going to get into the first report, which is says non-operational windmills. The first we have from the Eastern Agency. They did not provide me the schedule. They said because of the present condition, it is impossible to provide the schedule, but they have listed all the non-operational windmills. And we go to and below that, I just put some notes under the difficulties that we have out in the field in repairing those windmills. Toward the end of that report, there is a note. Next, we go to Port Defense Agency. Actually, we got 2 reports actually on the Port Defense agencies. First one is showing only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windmills. They are non-operational. But this morning I sent another report, but that came in this is the last report. We'll get to that in the end. Next, we go to the central agency. Yeah. Okay. Right. And here is the report from the central agency for the windmills which are not working, non-operation windmills. And list is by the chapters again. Then we go to the next one. Which is the northern agency. They have reported only 4 windmills which are not working, 5 of them actually. And in the end, the last report, which I sent this morning, that is also actually windmills in the Fort Defiance agency. So I've been actually sending as they have been coming. So now, in addition to that, we have some watering points. And luckily, all the watering points are working at this time. And they're all livestock windmills watering point. The water is free. Lot of time, a question is asked. Do we need to have to come with a chapter resolution to request a windmill repair? No. Anybody can call, or anybody can send us a text message or an email. Email is the best way to do it because it becomes a part of the record. And we make sure it is repaired and we report it back to where it came from. As far as that, although the dam construction is not under construction here, as far as the dam construction is concerned, we do need a resolution. For windmill repair, we do not need a resolution. For a new windmill, we need a resolution, but if it is a re-drill, a replacement well, we do not need a resolution either actually. But resolution always happens. Madam Chair.
Thank you for the in-depth report, Mr. Tariq, and at this time, members of the committee would like to request for a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Honorable Claude. Do I have a second? Honorable Speaker, so. Members of the committee, do we have any questions on the information that was provided here to us this afternoon regarding windmills? Honorable Claude?
Thank you, Mr. Tariq, for your report here and then also to your staff. I just wanted to make a request, if you could submit a written document to RDC listing those challenges you set forth. Shortage of staff, and then some of those repairs require a 3-man team, but you only have 2 members. I think that those, that type of information can be submitted to us so that we can share and report back to our chapters. So that would be my first request. The second issue that I wanted to address is we had a member from Zithagene region sitting here today, and he was waiting for this report, and that was Mr. Percy Deal. So he did come in today, and from what we heard, you can send an email, a text message, and if you look into your email today, at 3:04, Mr. Percy Deal sent a email requesting for assistance for the Zifagene area. And as I went through the listing of the central agency, I did not see any windmill repairs for Hard Rock area. I also went into the western agency and I did not see any windmill repairs for Hard Rock area. I also went into the non-operational listing and there is nothing listed for Hard Rock area. So Mr. Deal did express his concern. He is looking for options of where the windmill repair could come from, even mentioning the AIF funds, and then particularly asking for assistance and guidance from your team. So if we could go ahead and get a response to Mr. Deal. And then also, if you have any plans for Hard Rock area, we have a lot of the people that are there that are still living their livelihood off the land. And then also with their animals. And I know that that area is sensitive to a lot of the bureaucracy of what's going on with the land status, but I feel that they do need assistance. And that we are still required to provide services for the people there. So that's my request, sir, if you could respond to that email today and then provide assistance or guidance to him. And then also perhaps if it was an oversight, what work has been done in that area. The other question I have is in regards to irrigation wells. Do you look over those projects? I do have inquiries on that specific to my chapter. And I want to make sure that I give them some information this evening at our planning meeting. But one of the questions was they wanted to order equipment. And now from what I hear, there's only one company specific to windmills, maybe not so much for irrigation wells, but the irrigation pumps. But they do need assistance, and I just want to hear if that's something that your office does assist with. If not, then if you could provide some direction to me on where I could forward those inquiries for my community. So those are the three things that I have, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Claw. So let's go ahead and move the floor back over to the presenter for responses to Honorable Claw's questions.
Thank you. We will submit the list of the concern and challenges that we have. We will be happy to do that. My understanding, there is a meeting tomorrow on the AIF funding with Mr. Percy Deal with Department of Agriculture. Maybe most of their wells are in NPL area and they are under BAE or the Navajo partition land. And we do not provide services to those areas, and we will see what comes out of the meeting. I believe that I may be invited in that meeting. And if I am, I will be participating in the meeting.
Okay.
And I'll provide an update on that. Irrigation wells. All the irrigation wells, we are not now into any irrigation wells. But the existing irrigation wells, we provide assistance and we help them. There are irrigation wells, for example, where they are existing, but they are not under our jurisdiction. But if the people come to me and they ask, I talk to them. And we try our best to help them out. If there is anything like that, I'm not aware of who these people are. They're asking for irrigation system. And if they are they from Chinle area or?
Yes.
Okay. If they send me an email, then I remember one time they came to me and I requested them to please send me an email so I can create a record of that one. I need to have some documentation so we can work with them. And I did offer, I told them that, yes, we will help you guys. but nobody came back to me after that.
Okay.
I'll appreciate if they can contact me. So, Madam Chair.
No, there was one last question. What was your last question, Honorable Cloud?
Okay, no, he did, he answered.
All of them, okay, great. Any other members of the committee with any questions, Honorable Aroso?
Okay, thank you very much. Earlier, Mr. Tarek, first of all, thank you for staying with the nation this long. And you could be anywhere else in the nation working with your expertise in windmills and water, but you still choose to continue to work here and help provide direct service on behalf of the Navajo Nation. First of all, you indicated that manpower is it's an issue. I too believe that. I think that if we start getting information pertaining, documenting what is needed, what trade is needed. And then also indirect conversation with your superior and your superior, Mr. John, to the division director, because we have budget sessions coming up. And, you know, I know that you've always been asking for manpower, you've always been asking for it. And when it comes down to the appropriation of funds, when the three branch chief agreement happens, when the executive branch takes their piece, the office of the president pretty much dictates to the programs how much you're gonna get. And I know that you guys are always subjected to that, and years ago, it used to be a 10% budgeting formula, something, budgeting your budget 10% less than what you were appropriated last year. And so each year that's been going on, and that's why programs monies are continuing to go down. But and they're trying to find ways to increase those funds. So I think that in this scenario, Tarek, that if you could continue to document who you work with to try to request funds, additional resources in the executive branch, because it's going to come down to when the three branch chiefs agreement happens. The office of the president is going to say, "Give me your budget." Yeah, or they may say, "Let's use last year's budget." Did last year's budget help you guys? You know, and it's usually to that. It's not to like, you know, the off of last year's budget, what is your need there? You know, they're not really formulating their budgets to what the actual program's needs are. They're just saying the last year, this is what your budget was, and this is all you're gonna get. You're not gonna get any new positions or new vehicles and things like that. And that dialogue comes from the executive branch. When it comes to the legislative branch, it comes before us. All packaged and really nice. We think that the program, this is what your need is, and you handed it to us. But yet, you know, I know that programs are told, this is all you get, don't ask for any more. And I think that somewhere the executive branch needs to change their mentality of how the programs are funded, because they'd rather just fund the programs that are that are based off of what they expended last year, but not off of what they actually really need. But at this time, you know, if they could only give you what the workforce needs out in the field to the windmills, to to provide O&M to the windmill or, to refurbish a windmill, year crew could be operating and working. Don't get me wrong, the windmill crew really works. And I see that. And that's just one thing that I would ask her, is just document it, because somewhere, someone is gonna say, well, we told you, Tarek, you need to do this. How come you didn't do this? How come you didn't do that? They're gonna try to turn and turn the blame on, because the resources that comes to fund the windmills, or some of it's off of $638. And then also the other thing is the collaboration with the NPL office. Earlier, Madam, my son indicated, alluded to NPL. I know that NPL does windmill repairs. And how is that dialogue from the Navajo Nation and NPL? How do you communicate? Because earlier, Mr. Deal came in and wanted to hear this report. And what's going on is that I think at the local level, no one's not really communicating with him indirectly. And whether, if it's with an NPL, does that NPL office maintain those windmills under their jurisdiction of the Indian Affairs? So just to highlight those, I think would provide a lot of clarity. And then the other is that you indicated earlier that there's only one company, and I got on the internet. And yeah, it looks like there's not much. But what I'm getting to is that, is there an alternative that the program is proposing to get out of? Because if there's only one company building parks, when is that company gonna close down? And what is the rest of the world moving to? What type of technology? And I think that area, we really need more information on that, because we know that buying galvanized pipes and galvanized parts like the union bushing, the unions, and the 2-inch GI pipes and the sucker rods and everything that's there that's galvanized, it's made somewhere, and if that company goes out, we're not gonna have any replacement parts. And that leaves you and the program trying to rig up and try to fix, whether it's a hand pump or it's a hand wall, a well, or it's a windmill. What other scenarios is the program looking at to move to, so that we could start converting to put all of our, start converting our windmills over to what the rest of the United States is dealing with, is working with. And then looking at the cost. The other is that we know that those windmills are Navajo Nation property. The well is a Navajo Nation property. And I know that every year when a windmill is refurbished and it's really nice, and they put new GI pipe in there, and they put new windmill fans on there, and all of a sudden someone steals those parts. And I don't know what the reason was, but I remember one report that came in. They just finished rehabbing that windmill, and about a week later, somebody stole all the parts that were replaced. They just took a torch over there, cut it off, and loaded it up at night and took it. Someone knew, So what I'm getting to is that I think that we also need to start addressing, and this is what I told Jason, Mr. John. is that I think we really need to go back and assert jurisdiction on all of those wells. And do eminent domain withdrawals. So
Oh, yeah.
that we can go ahead and start fencing in those wells, because that's for the betterment for the permit holders. For the livestock. And they can go in and, you know, build a metal corral there, a steel built corral, and do all the animal in there, you know. And that will lead to range management, people that start to look at, hey, let's start a fence this way, that way, we could do rotation. And that will help with, you know, forage control. Right now, you have a lot of overgrazing going on. And then I think that's where a lot of the issues we can even address the feral horses once range management is put in there. But, you know, that well is the Navajo Nation's property. It's in the name of the Navajo Nation when that well is stopped. So with that, we need to assert jurisdiction over that so that we can provide some sort of management with the permit holders, because that's the component that's not there. We need to work with the permit holders to make sure, to work with them to say, hey, can you guys be our eyes and ears out here? Someone steal these things. And then, you know, put, you know, set it up so that they don't do that. They don't steal those things from it. And then somebody calls again, the windmill that you guys fixed don't work. You know, a call comes in again. So those are just some of the thoughts that I have. Sorry, and just continue to do the work that the program is supposed to do. We all appreciate your workers out there going out there working, and yes, safety has to be a component. You know, and you know, we don't want to lose anybody over safety issues. Because it'll hit the newspaper and then they're gonna beat us up about it again. They're gonna say they didn't create but provide safety, you know, whatever will happen, you know, they'll find a way to pin it back on us. But, you know, as a manager there at Water Resources, you know, just request that you look at those avenues, and we need to find a better way to protect our assets so that we can continue to provide our O&M with our equipment's lasting longer. And I know that there was a solar component that was stopped. And the issue was that if we set up a solar panels over there, somebody is gonna crack the solar panel, take a gun over there and shoot it. And I don't know, I see that the nation fix things like that, and then they'll shoot it up. Or like a new storage tank is put up there, and someone will take a gun over there and shoot it up, and you have water leaking out again. That really makes me think, you know, you don't value those things. And a lot of it is not the permit holder's fault. It's the other that come in to utilize that, whether it's they're gonna use it as their swimming hole or, you know, whatever. But, you know, that's just a thought. And then at the same time, you know, maybe working with our rangers to provide, you know, the eyes and ears out there to monitor, because they're out there working our Navajo Nation livestock rangers. And those are just some of my thoughts. But again, I appreciate that. Your email that you sent only has the repair information for Western Agency. And yeah, just a repair. I think that the other listing that you have for the other agencies, the new Windmill or whatever, it's not here. So get that information to me. And then the other is that what would be really helpful too is maybe working with Bureau of Indian Affairs to actually get it on a topo map, so that each of our delegate region, we know where the windmills are at, and that way in this report we could reference that Windmill number to that, windmill that's within our region. So that way we know, I know how many we have in our region and, things like that, so. That's another, helpful information. The Bureau of Indian Affairs at one point provided that in a large topo. Across the Navajo Nation, but if we could work with them and maybe get a, down to the delegate region. And I think you may get land department involved too. You can print up those maps for you and they'll identify them for you. And that way we know where they're at, and then when someone refers to one, because I'll get a call. And they'll say, 3K, whatever numbers come after, and then the secretary asks, where's this at? Oh, somewhere out in Preston Mesa, or I'll say in Tuba City, or I'll occasionally get a call from other chapters like Shanto, things like that, and we'll say that. So that's just something to for us to reference, Tarek, and I just like thank you. Then also.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Arso, for some of those recommendations. And I'd like to go ahead and yield it back to the presenters for any final comments.
No, thank you for the opportunity to this. First of all, I think I really appreciate the good thoughts and the recommendation. And I think that one of the things that came with the fencing, the Windmill area is a very good thought, it's a good recommendation. Going back, we had manpower. And today, we had manpower, we didn't have the equipment. Now we have the equipment, we have no manpower. So that is we are actually really facing it. And also when we fence off, fencing a windmill area is the right thing to do. And we are trying to do it as much as possible, we can do it. So, however, fencing a range unit, what happens is when the range unit is fenced off, the person who's fencing off that windmill, he just put a lock on that, it's my windmill. You cannot touch it. But when it goes down, then they call us. A lot of times when we go back, we still like to help them. We go back and try to help them. Still locked, we have to go there 3-4 times, but because these are our people, we still try to help them. The new ideas, replacing windmills. We have been looking into that what we are doing is where the well is more productive, there is more water. We are trying to put a solar system or a power line over there, so people can haul water. The problem is with the solar system, it has its limitation. When you go down, it cannot really produce too much water, and it doesn't serve the purpose. In that case, there's no difference between the windmill and the solar system. Jurisdiction, we understand that whether the well belongs to NTUA or the Navajo Nation, they are all Navajo Nation property. Because we review all NTUA projects too, and we make sure that certain things in there, what they are supposed to be operating and maintaining it. And we operate and maintain now only livestock water system, except one system only, and which is called Wenzi system. We have been trying to upgrade it and give it to the people over there, and they just don't want to take it. Twice we lost almost $1 million funding for that, because of their people don't want to take it over there. Safety, we always make sure we never compromise the safety. Even we are in shortage of staff. We always tell the staff, make sure you work consistently, but safety comes first. do not compromise the safety. Because it just does not impact the work, not you, it's also impact the family. And we cannot compromise the safety. So I appreciate. And chapter maps. I know Mr. Johnson, I have still an email, I have not forgotten that. We are very few staff, but we have now Windmill location showing for each chapters. And we'll send it to, I will make sure every resource committee member gets it.
Yes.
The windmill numbers and the windmill locations. So that by chapters. So, yeah. But I appreciate the comments and appreciate all the support that we always get from the committee and also from the Navajo Nation Council. I know that I have been, especially personally speaking, we have been very lucky water resources, getting more support from the committee and the Navajo Nation Council than anybody else. I don't want to go beyond that. But we appreciate it. And all your comments are well taken. And as far as the other thing we have been asked to put in writing, we will provide that one.
Great. Thank you for your responses. And again, okay, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members RC, thank you so for your report, your staff there. That's a couple of questions. I know you received fundings for maybe through AIF funds, AIF, maybe something. I'd like to see how much you have received for the appropriation for these type of windmill repairs or trucking dam repairs. I'd like to see how much appropriate, how much has been expended. I'd like to see that. I'm not sure even the funding was given for year 1, 2, 3. But I'd like to see how much has been expended to address this issue here. And again, the issues that you brought up, again, shortage of staff, I understand that. I guess it goes back to how can we help you, and I think both my colleagues here at school address that. So how can we help you to, is it just, are they just vacant positions, or you need additional funding to get additional staff, or just people are not applying for these vacant positions that you need? Hear that within the nation that there are vacant, there are numerous vacant positions within the nation, and they're applying. Is that the problem here, that you have short staff? I'd like to know that too. What's the problem? I mean, you're not getting the funding, or just not, people not applying for these big positions? Also on the parts, and you state there's only one vendor now, one company that provides these parts that you need for to service or replace these repair these windmills. What is the wait time? I mean, I see some of the your work throughout the nomination, the windmills that you're working on, and some of you're waiting for parts. What's the average? I guess the average wait time to receive these parts. Because I think we're still in that supply chain issue in the world, and this is something that we face every day. But how long? What's the wait time for you to receive these parts? Because we like to convey these information back to our constituents and all that. So make sure that what you're going through, the problem you're facing, why it's taking a long time to repair these windmills. They like to know that. But I know I get that from our land board members. All that. So again, is it a vacant position people want to apply for, or is it you don't have enough money budget wise? I'd like to see any money that you got appropriate for windmill repairs or dam repairs. How much money do you still have? I mean, has not been expended. Then again, part issue. I think we Madam Chair, members RC, I don't think you have.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Simpson. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenter for the questions that were posed by Honorable Simpson.
Thank you. think that's a very good question. As a matter of fact, last Friday, we did prepare a report. I was supposed to be having a meeting with Ms. Jessie Jim. She is the acting director on their funding balances on each project and the work accomplished and everything. And that meeting is scheduled tomorrow morning with her now, because when we went over there this morning at 9 o'clock, there was no light, there was no internet. So we have to reschedule. That will be happening tomorrow. And if you like, I will be happy to then forward the report to you guys, because you guys have every right to know what we are doing. And it is our obligation, our duty to provide you the information. We will submit that. We will send you the report.
So, Mr. Tarek, the question was, how much of the agriculture infrastructure from Navajo Nation Department of Ag has water resources received to rehabilitate or even fix the windmills out in the greater part of the Navajo Nation? And of that amount that's received, how much to this date has been expended?
We total received 2 times under year 1 and year 2. One time we received 3.9 million, second time we received 3.9 million. Under the general fund to repair the windmills, actually we have no money. So infrastructure fund money has been very useful, and all this progress that you see, it is because of this funding. So that is how we got it. And if I recall it, I think we have under year 1, we have $177,000 left. And under year 2, we have about $1 million left in. So that is the funding we have been using. As far as your question was that the return time of buying the parts and stuff like that, to buy a windmill, generally it takes 2 to 4 months to just get a windmill. So because of sometimes we have to transfer funds and we have to do it OMB. We have to follow our own policy and procedure as well. Shortage of staff. Yes, we do have shortage of staff, and for example, we have 7 funded positions on heavy equipment operators under AF funding. 6 of them are vacant. No application. We have 13 engineering technician position funded right now. You want to know how many technicians we have? 1 only. And we are doing all the projects on the reservation. And 8 of them are under infrastructure funds.
Yeah.
We have no actually staff to work with. And son, I talked to Todd, he's our civil engineer. We said, what will happen after another couple of years? We are losing staff. Anybody will be left to work for the Navajo Nation? I'm sorry to say that. This is my biggest concern. I'm not going to be here forever. We are trying to bring up the staff. For example, that Mr. Johnson, that temporary guy who was working on the rig, we could not get him qualified to work as a dealer because he doesn't, but I got him, he was working on $10 an hour. Now he's making $15 an hour because it is very sort of stress on my mind in being a manager. Why this guy is, when a person working at McDonald's, they're making $15 an hour minimum. And my guy who is a professional guy, a technical guy, equipment of this, why he's getting $10? So I came back and I sent a letter to personnel. I do it all the time. And they said no, then I write another justification. Then I talked to them. I said, we are trying to upgrade our own people. He's a very, very young kid. And look what he did. He's a temporary guy, he's a labor. If completed 1,100 feet deep well. Him and there's another guy, he's also a laborer. And there's another guy who's a welder, three of them went together. With the small knowledge they have learned, and they were able to, so it is a big problem. The problem is the selling. And I have brought it to executive branch all the time, to my superiors, Me and Jason John, we have written letter to personnel, to our own, I think they might have been working, but I don't know where they're working. I one time talked to advisor BNF committee, and I said, any accomplishment on that? And she said, nothing as I know, so. But anyways, they might be working, so I should not judge their working.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC. Thank you, sir, for your answering my questions. I appreciate that. Again, how can RC help you? I think we need to sit down with your colleagues here and with yourself here.
Okay.
How we can help you address this, these vacant positions. Do you feel, I understand your point. I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. And this is throughout the nation. I think we've seen that what these wage increases we see outside now the nation, it's not helping us to fill these vacant positions. I mean, I hear that all the time. I work off reservation. I can be at Walmart, reading people making $18 an hour, And here, I can work hard at be a journeyman, certain that's certified in heavy equipment, and only make $12 an hour nation. And I hear that. So I think, Madam Chair, we're going to really want to make sure that we have help the gentleman here to get these vacant positions filled. I think we need help. Or research department to address this issue of personnel. Most the wages are pretty low, and I see they need electricity. I know my brother makes about $45 an hour working off reservation electricity, but over here we see that it's left about $15 an hour, and it's just ridiculous. So, sir, we'll definitely see how we can work with you to help you. And also, Madam Chair, members of RC, I'd like to see it written, maybe something to break down from the controller. Not the controller in the total appropriation, and also the balances that are left from the fundings that water resources receive for earth and dam repairs and windmills and all that. Yeah. So if that can just be emailed to us, Madam Chair, that helps a lot. So that could be done. So yeah, thank you. I know you've been here, sir. I've been with Nation 20 some years, and you're still here. I appreciate all your help, and I know the expertise that you have. I'm glad you're still here trying to help us out with just these issues. That's like my brother stated. I appreciate all your help, but in return, we have to help you too to see how we can address these issues that you're facing. And I just don't like to just talk about it. Let's get it done and see how we can address these issues, vacant positions, so we can have adequate staffing for you and get this AIF funded fully expended. I know certain delegates might say, hey, come to you RC, you just spent one sit here, and nothing's been done with it. That's how we perceive it. Let us know what the problems are, you report to us and all that. So please let us know how we can help you expend the AIF funds and also get these vacant positions filled and other issues that you are facing. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RC. Thank you so much for your report.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Simpson. And again, I do have that on my radar to get a full expenditure. This would have to go through Office of Management and Budget. I'd like to thank the team, the presenters here, for providing that in-depth report here. And with your permission, I'd like to share that with my colleagues in the 20th Nomination Council as well. Because a lot of these delegates have windmills within their prospective chapter communities that they represent as well. And also, with the staffing, just to let you know, HES was the Health, Education, Human Services Committee is charged with trying to get a overall assessment on these positions completed. I know that was directed by or to Division Director, Ms. Debbie Nez-Manuel, and I believe that we have a new individual that's currently temporary in there right now. But we'll definitely make that a priority here as REC, because I believe that a lot of the other divisions that we have oversight over as well is also finding staffing an issue right now. And again, one of the biggest challenges is the competitive wages for our employees versus the wages off reservation. I think that's one area. So we'll definitely continue working that as leadership. And again, thank you. And I believe Honorable also just requested for additional report on the unrepaired windmills for the Western Agency. That was the only report that was lacking. And again, we continue to support the department now that we have a full understanding of what some of the challenges and barriers are. We'll definitely convey that message back out to the constituents and the communities that we represent. And one last comment I want to make is, since budget season is going to be coming, we're going to be listening to the division's budgets come the week after council. One thing I would highly recommend is to put whatever your unmet needs is for the department into your current budget, so that Resources Development Committee, now that hearing your report, will take that into consideration and also take it on to Budget and Finance Committee as well. Thank you so much. So with that, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on this report from, final comment, okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Madam Chair, there's just one quick comment, Everybody say water is very important. And Water Resources Department even doesn't have a building. If you come and look at that, the way our facility is, you will not have to hear from anybody else. We have no building and we are just like, I don't want to go beyond that, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay.
I think Mr. John has brought up many ways, even on the council, with the Navi committee, with the council, he keeps bringing it up because he knows that we need it, But anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Just a brief comment. Just like to thank you for your report. Eric, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you to you and your team for coming out, to District 3 and 5, and we still need to make that trip out to Canada and some of those areas as well. But thank you for the inventory, the operation and maintenance listing and everything that you did. Also, the electrician that came out and we got to was working on that well up there in Loop. He told me that he traveled all the way from Crown Point area all the way to Loop, and I had to provide a service. And once he was done, he was going to travel all the way back, to continue his project that he had to leave, and there was only one. So I just want to commend your staff, your department, with the resources that you're working with. And again, just like our colleague said, we're here to help you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate you bringing up the office building. I know that Mr. John has brought that up, and right now, Navajo Nation EPA and Division of Natural Resources are pretty much two divisions that we've been looking at to try to assist how we can get them a centralized office location to have all the departments under that one roof, so it'll be one-stop place for everyone to stop. So again, I do appreciate that, and we will continue that venture and hopefully securing funds to be able to build a brick and mortar building for the division so that your department and your staff would be able to have a office. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. So with that, Rodney, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take roll call votes for the report from Water Resources regarding windmills.
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports item C. Honorable Sean Ancla, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sean Ancla votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Lynn Johnson will screen.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, So with that, motion carries and we do accept the report and thank you again for providing us the report and look forward to continue to work with you in advocating for Water Resources Department. Thank you, Mr. Tarek, and to what's your name?
Todd and Tom.
Todd Antonio. Thank you, So going on to number 8, item on the agenda, close of meeting, any final announcements? Going once, twice with that,
Just be aware, committee members, November 11th, I'm waiting for the agenda to come out. Tribal Interior Budget Council is having a work session, the Transportation Subcommittee, in Albuquerque regarding tribal transportation. And, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Invocation will be, there presenting. So this is about the road funding formula of what funds trickles down to Indian country. So, and then at some time, there's gonna be Indian tribal leadership from area office nearby. Such as, like Pebbles will probably be there, things like that, so we'll be on Thursday, once I get the agenda, I'll go ahead and forward it to you guys, but it's next week, Thursday on the 11th. In Albuquerque, New Mexico.
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable. So thank you, gentlemen. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and call for adjournment. May I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
All three.
Vice Chair Johnson and Honorable Claw. Second by Honorable Claw. So with that, Rodney, can we take a roll call vote to adjourn at 3:58?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 3:58 PM. Honorable Shannon Cloud, you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you again for being with us here at our regular RDC, and also to the listeners on the call for staying with us this long, and thank you. And we look forward to more dialogues here regarding important issues that Resources Development Committee oversees. So you all have yourselves a great